Okay, good evening everyone. Members of the panel, members of the public, officers, folks at home, good to see you all. This is the Scrutiny Panel meeting, the penultimate of the municipal year, and I'm going to go through some housekeeping. There are no practice evacuations planned for this evening, but if an alarm does sound, then please, in an orderly fashion, make your way down the main staircase or the side staircase out of the building into the car park to the rear of the town hall. This meeting, as ever, is being recorded, streamed live, so we can all catch up in the future and share it with our friends and family. Discreet use of mobile phones is okay, but please, if we can make sure they don't make any noises, that would be particularly helpful. If they do, you may be liable to a fine, which will be of a subjective amount of money that I will determine and give to the Mayor's charity. We may, in fact we probably will, break around 7:30. I anticipate quite a long meeting this evening, given there's a lot on the agenda. My name is Councillor Darius Laws. I am the chairman of this evening's events and I represent the villages north of Colchester, and I will allow the members to introduce themselves, starting to my extreme left over there with Councillor Arnold.
Councillor Arnold, Stanway Ward.
Councillor Sam McCarthy representing Shrub End Ward.
Councillor Faith Smalls, Old Heath, The Hive and Rowhedge.
Councillor Thomas Rowe represents Rural North Ward.
No, try it again. That's it. Are we on? There we go. Councillor Thomas Rowe representing Rural North Ward.
Dennis Willits representing Lexton and Braeswick Ward.
Owen Howell, Democratic Services Officer.
Michelle Tarbin, Head of Health Partnerships and Wellbeing and Support to the Chair.
Councillor Luxford Vaughan, Portfolio Holder for Planning, Environment and Sustainability, representing Wivenhoe.
Councillor Natalie Summers, Portfolio Holder for Communities, representing St Anne's and St John's Ward.
Good evening, David King, Leader of the Council.
Lovely, good stuff. Okay, we have potentially a substitution for this evening. Potentially.
I've sent a few messages.
Okay, well, we do have apologies from Councillor Sam McLean, so we may well see a substitute this evening. If not, then so be it. Right. Item 3, urgent items. I have none. Item 4, declarations of interest. I see none. Item 5, minutes. It says here, no minutes to approve at this meeting. Is that the case?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Okay. And we have now General Have Your Say, and I see that we do have some members of the public who would wish to come and have their say. So, members of the public, thanks for taking the time out to come here and get your point across. You have 3 minutes. I then may respond, and then you can have another minute after that if you like. I'm going to call, I think it's Mr. Martin Pugh first of all. Do I see Martin? Hi there. So Martin, after about 2 minutes, you're going to hear a bell, which gives you an indication you've got another minute left. And I'm sure we'd love to hear you speak for longer, but it's a busy agenda and we need to let everyone have a chance to have their say. So you have 3 minutes in total. And if you'd like to begin, you just need to hit the button in front of you so that you see a red light and then you're on and everyone can hear and see you. Over to you.
Thank you very much. Yeah, I'll try and restrain myself. I was hoping I'd be on second or third, actually. Got a lot of paperwork to still sort through. But I've got a letter here that that Alan Short talked about back in the January Scrutiny Committee by Natural England. As well, I know I can't start with a question, but my first question would be, has that been passed to the Scrutiny Committee and action? I'm talking about the Natural England letter of 28th of June 2022, which had some really important information concerning Middlewick Ranges. And the reason we keep banging on about this is it really is significant. So that's, yeah, hold that thought. What we've had from Karen Syrett and the planning team really is dismissing the importance and legitimacy of this letter. And it really is one that we feel could have shaped the outcome of the original decision of Middlewick. Bearing in mind this is such a vitally important site of national importance. So we've got the Middlewick letter, really just a follow-up on Alan Short's inquiry. That very short, have your say. I wonder if you could come back on that.
Sure. Well, as you say, Mr. Alan Short came here and indeed informed this scrutiny committee about that letter. However, as I understand it, Middlewick and 1,000 homes has been assigned and approved in the local plan. I'm going to look to the leader just now because I know that he welcomed the comments from Mr. Short, and obviously they are legitimate points he came to make. I'm going to look to the leader to see if he wanted to add any comment on this, because obviously, as I understand it, there has been a process. We don't have the ability in this forum here to stop the local plan because it's gone through that process, but I'll look to the leader.
Okay.
There's not very much I can add to that. In full council, if you've been tracking what Mr. Alan Short has been saying on this, I thought he left content because we addressed in some detail his concerns, and we've shared the letter and our understanding of it, and we've taken legal advice upon it in terms of, to my understanding, it not having a material impact if it had been released ahead of time. In other words, the behaviour of the authority has been appropriate. All I can say to you is, if that's a help, is we can forward that exchange with you and you can look through that in some detail.
I'll just quickly come back on that. Our understanding as a campaign group was that we had proceeded this formally to the scrutiny committee, and we're expecting a more detailed response. I don't know if Alan's had private communications, but I think the point we'd like to make is just one of many factors that undermines the soundness of the original decision. And I think this is based not on passion, passionate, it's not solely on passion, it's hard facts and science. And there's a long list of procedures that were overlooked, and the letter just being one of them. I mean, we had really a very strong development bias from the very beginning. A councillor who would soon become mayor in 2016 said the development at Middlewick must go ahead. It sounds very definitive, bearing in mind that was before any of the data came through. So we've had the presumption for development, we've had the unsound ecological assessments, which have been just roundly debunked by the top naturalists in Essex and the UK. We've had overlooking regulatory and environmental procedures, legislation, MPPF guidelines. So I think there's a lot for the scrutiny committee to dig into, and it's because the original decision is so important for a future decision. And the final thing I'll say is that it seems as if many procedures were broken in launching Middlewick on the local plan at the last minute. For that reason, I hope you can understand our frustration that the council is now insisting on every procedure being applied to by the letter, a process which will take 2 years, when really there should be an urgent intervention to remove Middlewick from the local plan. But yeah.
So I'm sorry to disappoint you, but this scrutiny panel doesn't have the ability to alter the local plan as it has been approved. However, you've come on a good evening because we have an expert here on all things planning in Councillor Andrea Luxford-Vaughan, who knows the site intimately, and I think, as indicated, would like to say a few words around this specific ecological point.
We really appreciate that.
Yeah, I mean, you kind of built me a bit over my status there, but thank you. The only thing I would come back, it depends which letter you're actually referring to. To my knowledge, all letters have been answered formally by officers directly, and I know there was a backlog of letters that hadn't been answered, and the explanation of that was they were taking them through legal. But as far as I'm aware, all letters have now been answered. There is a new letter, and forgive me because I wasn't paying much attention when you started, so I don't know which letter you're referring to, but there is another letter that's come and it's addressed to all councillors as opposed to officers. It hasn't gone to officers at all. But in that, and I imagine you're interested in this, it points out that it didn't go to Reg 18 consultation, it went straight to Reg 19, and that was a concern, and they thought there was some problem with that. I asked that question direct of officers because clearly that, procedurally, if that was correct, that is quite a significant error on our part. I've had it confirmed that it is not an issue. I can get back to you directly if you'd like with a full explanation of that. But that for me was the only outstanding element that we haven't necessarily answered, or I wasn't comfortable that we'd answered. I think the point about the initial letters criticising Santec's stuff, I think we've all acknowledged that the Santec report was not necessarily the greatest ecological report in the world, and that for that reason we kind of went ahead and said, look, as part of the review we need to redo that work, and we need to do it with independent people that aren't being paid by the MOD. So we've taken that as something that we do need to do. But it's also worth mentioning that that Santec report was put in front of an inspector who really is the oracle on anything planning, and because of that, a lot of the policy that we'd written was actually made more robust, which is on a reaction to him not necessarily being confident that the Santec report was particularly sound, and representations made by most of the organisations that you're probably now talking to, because they all turned up for Section 2 hearings. And I mean, that was a very extended part of Section 2. I can't remember how many sites or how many houses, but that was the bit that went on for days, and everybody else got a 5-minute mention along the way. So, bearing in mind, in terms of an inspector having passed that as sound, he would have seen that letter, and actually he's more qualified than anybody that works in our organisation to be able to make that decision.
Okay, I'm going to take the leader, and then we're going to move on.
Just briefly, for the record, given this is aired, nothing we've done, having taken legal advice, is about being in an unlawful position. And with every respect, and we understand better than you might think about the passions here about the site, and it concerns every member. You have to remember that with respect. We've taken advice, we've shared that advice, we have not done anything we should not have done. And by going to a third party to have that attested, we hope to give some confidence. We have to follow due process. We set in place very robust protections. Andrew and I talk about these things. I've been in touch with the Minister today about what we have as an expectation of the Ministry of Defence, for example, as a key partner and the owner of that land. But this local authority has done the right thing, is doing the right thing, has sought advice about that. If you have specifics, and I can't accept them unless you are specific, and you have specifics about rules and regulations you think have not been kept, you must let us know. Our understanding is, tested independently, is we have robustly done what we should do. Thank you.
Just very quickly, the original evidence base was unsound, as 17 of the top experts have testified. And just one final question, I'll leave this hanging. Can you confirm here this evening that the independent ecologist brief is indeed an independent brief without bias, without the presumption for development as it was last year?
Mr. Pugh, what I'm going to say is that if you're minded to leave your email address with the Democratic Services team, I think you've had a kind offer here from Councillor Luxford-Vaughan to personally interact with you on this. Okay, we're going to move on. I see two more members of the public who wish to have their say. I see a Mr. Terry Charles. Good evening. I also see Mr. Brian Rees. If you're speaking on the same subject, if you give me a little indication, maybe I can speak to both of you in one hit, or if you speak independently, maybe we do it in 2 hits. It's up to you. 2 hits. Okay, great. Well, Mr. Terry Charles, thanks for coming along on a quite damp Wednesday evening. You have 3 minutes. Sorry, it's not Wednesday. I've just clarified. It's Tuesday.
It's Tuesday. I'm glad you said it's Tuesday because I wouldn't be here. I'll be at work right now.
Sorry. Over to you.
You had me worried there. Thanks for hearing me, everybody. I just want to sort of touch on the last full council meeting. It was asked, let me put my glasses on because I can't see a thing. It was asked of council who had considered dissenting information with respect to the declaration of a climate emergency. In respect of that, only a single councillor raised their arm. Now, I appreciate that the head of this committee has agreed to scrutinise this decision, though to be fair, that offer has been made on the basis of a re-election. Though I wish the councillor well with his forthcoming trial, I do not believe that this is the proper manner in which a scrutiny panel should act. A decision has been made by council. It is clear from a raft of communication via freedom of information requests and the showing of a single hand that the decision made that day was one which evidences clear bias and should be rendered invalid under scrutiny, as it clearly meets the standard of predetermination under the Localism Act of 2011. So, political promises aside, will this panel act in accordance with the legislation, set aside the declaration and support a proper public debate where all evidence may be given due consideration? Now, I also want to touch on last year's scrutiny meeting dated 14th of November 2023. I attended that meeting and I spoke and I asked a question: when are the council going to acknowledge the concerns of the public and agree to their request to the council holding a full public meeting? Councillor King, who was attended that meeting as well, kindly suggested that my colleagues and I meet with him during that particular meeting, to which we accepted his kind offer. During the meeting, Councillor King agreed in theory to a full public meeting. Sadly, here we are, fast approaching 6 months since that meeting, and it appears that we are no closer to this full public meeting. And I'm nearly finished. As someone who works in the community, I can confirm through the many conversations I have had that public discontent continues to grow. And eventually, hundreds of thousands and more of the public will be demanding change. Now, are you going to allow this discontent to continue, or are you going to listen to the concerns of your constituents and act upon them? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Terry Charles, for having your say. I'll respond briefly, and then I'm going to look and see if the leader wants to come in. So firstly, obviously, you're here in front of scrutiny tonight. It is the Cabinet, the executive, that sets the strategic objectives of this authority. The motion that was described about climate emergency that full council voted on, what was awkward about that raising the hands thing with it was that many members in that room weren't actually there for that vote. So it was a clumsy mechanic, and one that I don't think we can take too seriously, because, as I say, not everyone was in that room. To reiterate what I said in a previous scrutiny session, subsequent to my re-election in May, subsequent to the views of the panel, if they are minded, and if I'm in this chair again, I am happy that we have a conversation about net zero in this forum. Now, this forum can then, if it so wishes, make some recommendations to Cabinet, but Cabinet is ultimately the executive. They set the strategic priorities of this authority. So if Cabinet wants a climate emergency and getting this authority down to net zero as a top 5 priority, it's up to them to call. It's not me, because I'm in a minority party, I'm in opposition. But I'm giving you an olive tree that I'm happy that we had the conversation in this forum. And I think before I hand over to the leader, the challenge around this building and the unavailability of the Moot Hall has probably been a contributing factor to why you haven't necessarily been given a large free space to have that public meeting in. But let's not forget, this is a public meeting, and yourself, many has come to Cabinet here, to full council, to have your say, that's a public meeting. That's a good space. But I think the leader probably will jump in now around the specific point of there being a long public meeting in which everyone can have their say. Leader, do you want to jump in now?
Thank you, Chair, thank you. I of course do remember our conversation, and I'm sure you remember I gave you a fair slice of time at my own expense, and I did it freely because I was interested to see what was driving you and your colleagues. And so I just, for the record, say, yes, I did say that if you, and I left it with yourselves respectfully, to come back with your sense of how any wider public conversation could be structured, because we agreed it would have to be structured to have weight and meaning. It couldn't be a one-way dialogue. It would have to be a gathering of people who had some knowledge and understanding and an audience, and there'd have to be some rules and process. And we had a conversation around that. So as far as I'm concerned, that's still on the table, subject to the practicalities. However, you've been offered, if not an olive tree, which would be quite a nice offering, you should take it, an olive branch, certainly, which was an attempt by the chair to sort of recognise that you and some of your colleagues feel very strongly about this, and I can only respect that offer. Let's see where we can go with either of the two alternatives. But let me just sort of go back to the beginning of your conversation. I absolutely would not accept, based upon my understanding of law, that there is in a sense predetermination in when it comes to a full council meeting and a debate around issues of the day. Full council decides for itself what it thinks on the evidence that's available to it. Some of that will be expert, some of that will be personal, whatever is the fusion for us all when it comes to an opinion. They made that decision, and that decision has been taken forward as best we are able to as an authority and applied into practice and policy. And as the chair says, that of course in that sense is down to Cabinet, but we reflect on these matters, the will of full council, which for the moment I have to say to you is settled. But I also want to repeat again, doing that, coming to that view, which is, as you will know, a view taken by many across the country, a signal to the administrations of councils, a signal to government about what they should do. That's appropriate, not inappropriate.
You do have a minute to respond to that.
Yeah, I hear you, Councillor King, I hear you. My concern is that we're only getting one side of the debate, and there's many knowledgeable, experienced people in the field that have got the opposite viewpoint with regarding said climate emergency. They need to be heard, and until they're heard, there's going to be people that's going to be questioning, let's just say, the narrative behind all of this. And I don't want to be suspicious, but until both sides are heard, I will be suspicious, because I'm a critical thinker and I tend to think, well, okay, reassure me. And that's all I'm asking for. And that's pretty much what I think most of the public are asking for, some reassurance that both sides of the debate are being heard. And at the moment, they're not, in my opinion. Thank you.
Thank you, Terry, for your time tonight. You've had your say, and I think you've heard that there is still a door open to this. We've just got to find a way of formalising a mechanics that can be done. I'm going to invite now Brian Rees to come to the stage. And you know the format, but we won't begin until the red light is on.
In November, 3 of us met with David regarding holding a public discovery meeting. I've heard numerous admissions that council and public office holders serve the public, that everything is owned by the public, and that everything that is done is focused on the public interest. Colchester Council's track record shows a growing list of unanswered questions, evasive responses, and blatantly ignoring us rather than providing direct acknowledgement. Apart from promises of public town hall meetings, there's been no action. The delay in scheduling suggests a strategy of ignoring the issue in hopes it will fade away. Well, we're not going away, and we will be looking to hold people accountable. So I guess the question is, what is the problem here? What is stopping you from organising it? We've provided all the details and offered all assistance in arranging it. I can only assume that council do not want to engage with the public, that you do not want to hold a public meeting to properly examine matters. Sorry. Otherwise, we should have moved forward already. It's been nearly 6 months, so enough of the flannel, Colchester Council. Here are 2 dates, May the 16th, May the 23rd. Which one would council prefer? Thank you.
I'm not quite sure what the dates mean.
For the meeting? Sorry.
For
the meeting.
You've just proposed 2 dates arbitrarily. I mean,
I'm trying to push things forward, so I'm offering,
well,
let's move forward.
I think we need to do it in a different way to that. You can't just come here and suggest 2 dates. I think the leader has heard, the door is open, and just to reassure you, I want that debate, okay? I want to know where my batteries are coming from and the impact that that's having on landscapes where those precious metals are from. So there's no evasion from me whatsoever. I really want that debate. At the same time, I want clean air for my children to breathe. So, there's as if everything in life is about a balance, isn't it? But I want the debate. I don't think you're meeting resistance. You're certainly not meeting a strategic evasive strategy here. The leader's door is open. We've got to find a way of facilitating that debate. And the other thing, of course, I will say is you've still got time. Anyone listening, anyone watching, you've still got time to put your name on a ballot paper for the local elections that are coming up in May. I'm putting my name down, and I'm going to be knocking on doors throughout all of April, throughout all of the villages north of Colchester, asking people what matters to them and clarifying where I stand on certain things. And let the electorate judge. And that's the beauty of this building. And then if I'm returned here in May, I then get to go into the full council chamber, and I do get to have a say and put my hand up on things that I care about. If I want, I can put forward a motion. It might have been me that put forward a motion about a climate emergency that was then voted on. It wasn't. I wasn't even in the chamber. So there's no strategy of evasion from me.
I never mentioned you.
Sure.
It has been 5 months since our small meeting.
Leader.
I don't want to repeat what I said before, Brian. We're in the same conversation, and I think between us, our recollections aren't that different. What you need to do, my email address, unfortunately, gets lots of correspondence, but you can come to me or the chief executive, and I'll put back to you the challenge I said last time, which was you need to give your sense of the structure.
We've done it already.
Then I haven't seen it. Look, let's not extend this. Send it to me. My promise is I will talk both to the chair of scrutiny, because actually, let's not forget you've had, in whatever tightened circumstances it might be, not perhaps your ideal model, you had an offer, an olive branch. And my offer was genuine. I didn't spend my time with you for wasting yours or mine.
Appreciate that, but you had the email within a few days.
Well,
so
look, let's try and move on. You send to me what you think was your response. My promise publicly is I'll come back to you. I've spoken to the chief executive and others about how such an arrangement could be made. We have a busy life, with every respect to you.
Sure, we've all got busy lives, David. Are you saying you didn't get the email?
I am saying I've not had an email and I've not had that email around how we might, from your perspective, shape such a meeting, because I was very clear that only if we could do that could we carry that forward.
And we absolutely agreed with that.
Okay, well, look, I'll wait for you, and then I hope you won't have to wait too long for me.
We're going to resend it again tomorrow.
Yeah, copy me in actually to the yeah. But Brian, it might be worth just and so we're on record, very occasionally it does happen. If you're sending an email from hotmail.co.uk, for example, they get filtered, and it might be that is a reason why it hasn't got through. I'm just saying.
Copy the whole panel in. Copy the whole panel in, because I don't miss emails ever. So copy us all in. All right.
Yeah. Write to the leader. Copy every member in. All our email addresses are public, and I'm sure it will land. Okay. You're pushing an open door. Thanks for coming. Okay. I think we're going to move on. Okay, so we should use the microphones. With a member of the panel on their way, but they're on their way, and we look forward to seeing them when they get here. Okay, thanks everyone. That was public have your say. We're now going to move on. Okay, decisions taken under special urgency provisions. There are none. Cabinet or portfolio holder decisions called in review. None that I'm aware of. There are none. We move on to local highways panel, and I see a number of presenters here, but probably I'm going to invite Matthew, Brown and Lindsay up to the stage, or the table. It is a stage, isn't it? It's all theatre.
Has been so far.
Lead it.
Right, okay. Guys, thanks for coming. You know it's a busy agenda as always in Scrutiny, so brevity is sometimes a good thing to focus minds, but we are in your hands to present. And I'm guessing that Councillor Luxembourne is going to jump in on this as well.
Sorry, I was talking to him. I've no idea what you were saying, Darren. Apologies.
Local highways panel, do you wish to introduce anything under this item?
No, because I have attended 1.5 meetings. I'm very much the new girl, and I'm not qualified and not prepared either.
I just had to look to the elected politician first, but in that case, leader and then I think officers.
I am sorry, eventually I won't come, and then it'll all be a lot faster as a meeting. But as a county member, I'm relatively well placed to offer a view about this. The paper looks at the City Council's engagement and contribution to travel and highways and our relationship with the Essex County Council. And I think it paints a rich picture of what is done within the limited scope, which is the point I want to make, that we have as a local authority who does not have unitary responsibilities, cannot lead, does not lead on highways issues. This is not a political point, it's an apolitical point, it's just a fact. Authority rests with County Hall, as I hope everybody understands here. And for that reason, to be frank, from my perspective, a set of questions around the LHP would have been better framed, or could yet be, around how county sees that are changing. What I can offer to you, Chair, you said you wanted it succinct, is that county are going through a set of changes. Some of that is captured here. Those changes that's not talked about here will include, as some will know, how they will deliver highways results. So work commissioning and that balance between an in-house team and those they employ to deliver the services that people want, either changes, which is often where the LHP tries to go, or what seems routine but really is vital, the work on footpaths and roads in terms of their condition. That responsibility, the central part of the LHP and all that's around it, rests with county. They're changing it, they're changing the balance internally. I've spoken to amongst others, the leader of the county council about this, and to Tom Cunningham, who's the cabinet member. So later in March, we're going to sort of see what that might mean for the LHP. The understanding we have is captured in the principle, which is that we're expecting that there will be a small group led by the administration at county who will decide on the larger schemes that have tended to go into the LHPs, and these are by district across the county, have then absorbed what little funding there is available, leaving a small balance for small schemes. That's what I can tell you, I know, but I just want to counsel us all here to respect the limited influence the City Council can have, and see the report that we have as showing how well we exercise that limited influence.
Thank you, Leader. Just while we're here, your prose is so elegant, I think you deserve another airing. For the benefit of folks back at home right now, who don't know what LHP is, how it works, do you just want to give us the elevator pitch about how it actually works at the moment, so that we're all clear, starting at ground zero? Lindsay, would you like to, or Matt?
So just to start, Chair, I just wanted to send Jane's apologies. Jane is actually unwell, so we can be as brief as you want to tonight, because Matthew and my knowledge of the local highways panel is relatively limited. But Matthew can give you an overview. He's had that session with Jane. I also am not sure whether the chair of that panel, she's a local member, was invited. That would have been probably quite helpful for you, because that would have been a good scrutiny. So we'll be able to do a limited amount, but not as much as if the chair was here. So I'm going to just quickly hand over to Matthew to give you a quick overview.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Lindsay. So very succinctly, what is the Local Highways Panel? How does it operate? What does it do? What's its scope, remit, and what's its budget? So as Councillor King has started to introduce, it's a group that looks at small scale capital infrastructure projects, the likes of public rights of way, small schemes to tackle congestion, traffic management improvements, cycling schemes, bus stop improvements. So essentially the smaller, they're not the major highway schemes, but the much smaller scale kind of grassroots walking, cycling, tackling local hotspots kind of issues. It's as outlined previously, it's a function of the county council, but the city council does have influence. It does have it can contribute and does contribute to the process and can actually shape what happens. Between actually Colchester, Chelmsford and Basildon, between them actually take about 12% of the total budget for the county, bearing in mind that there are one of these in every district, borough, city area. We actually have probably a proportionally slightly larger share of the total. The City Council doesn't currently contribute funding to the Local Highways Panel. It did up until 2018-19, but it doesn't currently, and it won't be in the future. However, there are city councillors on the panel that contribute and can shape. So it's a kind of a win-win, because it means that the City Council can actually shape and influence those in those areas that I've just mentioned the scope of. It gives us the say and to actually add our impact and add our kind of, what we want to happen locally, to have more of an influence. That's basically it. Short version.
Okay, I've just checked my phone, and we did have an apology from Councillor Lismore, the chair, who is coughing. I think the quote was coughing for England tonight. So she's forgiven for not being here, and we wish her well. Okay, so the City Council don't contribute at all, but they did. Right. Okay, members. Do you want to have a little comment? Okay, I see Councillor McCarthy first. I see Councillor Smalls, and then Councillor Rowe. Councillor McCarthy.
Thank you. Yeah, I'm really glad that this is here, because I'm a staunchly liberal, as you all well know. So I really do believe in devolution of power. So I would like to understand better how the LHP works, in the sense of, so in my head, we contribute a lot of council tax to Essex, and a lot of that in turn is spent on Essex highways. As one of the more populous settlements or councils, in my head, again, a lot of this is in my head, so I want the facts, it feels like we maybe contribute more than other places, and in turn, our council tax is by proxy paying for other places to have repairs, and we're not seeing that ourselves. But then you've just tripped me up completely by saying that we're not contributing in terms of LHP funding for the last 5-6 years. So I don't know what I'm trying to say. I guess, is there no scope for us, if city status means anything, to devolve more power to Colchester from Essex Highways, that we then spent our council tax in Colchester repairing our roads and pavements? So could devolution ever work? Would we ever take more highways responsibility? I guess that's my question, if that makes sense.
That makes total sense. Councillor Smalls, is yours a separate question? Should we look at that then right now? Sorry, Councillor McCarthy's question now, around the devolution prospects. But actually, the thrust of what Councillor McCarthy is saying is, you're getting money here, then asking for it to come back to fill the potholes that seemingly not getting filled at the moment as quickly as some of us would like. I don't know if the leader, I know you wear two hats, and maybe you could bring out that Chelmsford hat for a moment and explain to us, and maybe.
I think it's a great challenge to us all, Sam, and the good news is that the leadership of the County Council, I think, accepts it. So the key is how to have greater devolution in a way that's practical. And I say this, so there's a couple of examples. So my favourite town deal programme is St Nicholas Square. It will be when it's finished. But it's had a difficult journey, in part because it's proved very difficult for city and county councils to get their collective act together, is how I'll choose to put it. in terms of how to work. And that's because the whole structure is built around what they have to do across the whole of the county. So there's lots of practical issues that get in the way, but I suppose if I just keep it simple as I can for now, I'll offer a little gleam of light, which is that we're looking actively at how in the city centre, because that's the most practical place to focus on, building what we call this team Colchester construct, in which we're working together with the county council ever more closely. And that in many respects is the best hope for us all in terms of making progress with difficult things like regeneration. And at the heart of that is trying to find a way to which both I and all politicians are transiently, he says to the officers, well, the politicians today want this to happen, and the conversation we're having is around what's the vehicle for that cooperation. But in the heart of it, and we started the conversation, we haven't got an end, and Lindsay might want to add something to this. The start of the conversation is what competencies, what skills and resource can we put into such a team, or until we've got a formal arrangement, the current working relationships between county and us that will help the city get things done in a simpler way. We'll get more value, more effectiveness, we'll make more progress. It's not about unitary, but it's kind of, because that is a big and complicated thing. You lose yourself with the lawyers and the Secretary of State forever, and we haven't got the money. But we can have midway arrangements that allow us to have a more effective approach to doing highway stuff in the city. We're at the beginning of that. Lindsay.
No, I too think it's a really good question, and I think we did have quite a lot of consensus around the opportunities that devolution might present to us, and unfortunately at the moment that has gone on hold. I still hold out hope there might be an ability to bring some of that back, because actually it gave us quite a lot of opportunity, I think, being one of the centres of growth in the whole of Essex. But I mean, I was at today North Essex Council, so there's already a form of conversation going on in North Essex. So it's not quite as local as you want, Councillor McCarthy, but it's getting closer. So there is already a construct that the leaders and the chief execs work through that's trying to get greater decision making and working across us at the North Essex level. And then we're also looking at what could pull down. Now, I think at the moment we're tending to work around structures. And as Councillor King said, we're tending to work with people to try and just make better arrangements. So we're doing what we can, we're collaborating, trying to work more effectively. And that's about all we can do at the moment until we get the ability to change some of those power balances. And as Councillor King also said, I think we're incredibly effective. We're held up in Essex as one of the best places for some of that joint working at a local level, because we quite genuinely do it. And we've pulled budgets, we've done all sorts of things at the local level that hasn't been achieved in other areas, but there's always a lot more that can be done. So I think we'll have to work informally until we can perhaps get some opportunity to work more formally.
Councillor Smalls, your question.
Sorry, hello. Yeah, if I've understood this correctly, it looks like the budget for the LHPs is being cut from 4 million to 2 million for 24-25. So that will mean for Colchester it's going down from 500,000 to 250,000. So I'm sort of wondering why it's being cut in half, and also is it just there's going to be less money overall for highways, or is it that there's less money for LHPs but the money will still be for highways, but in a different pot? So that, if that makes sense.
It totally makes sense. And again, another really good question. So we've been through quite a challenging budget process this year, haven't we? And probably one of the most challenging that in my very long career I've been through. The county council will have been through the same process. The problem for county councils is that my understanding from a kind of average across the country, about 80% of their budgets at the moment are roughly going to adult social care, special educational needs, SEND as it's called, and childcare. And so the flexibility they have around the rest of their service requirements is really constrained at the moment. And obviously highways is one of those. So they're doing the same we're doing, which is to look at where is any ability to save some money? And unfortunately, you know, this is going to be one of those areas, and it's the same painful decisions that we're making, but they cannot cut some of those key services around children and adult social care, for example, because they're just under pressure everywhere in the country. So it's just one of those decisions. I think what we need to do, and we are already doing it, we have a great track record in Colchester of securing funding that's linked to highways. You know, we get more active travel funding invested into Colchester than anywhere else in Essex. So we do really well out of it. But I think we need to get clearer about our priorities, and we'll be doing that as we go forwards, because if there's less money, we need to be clear about what and how we prioritise that. But there is just less money.
Okay, leader.
Just a small rounding out. I was in the position of the opposition at the county, therefore I could propose anything I liked. And of course we did, and much good it did us. Lots of work and half a thank you. And there it was, the administration of the day as it can. It listens, but it marks its own path forward. I think they would say that they are doing what they can, including use of reserves to ensure that there is, whether in purchasing power more, but that they're doing their best to look after how apolitical can I be, our roads and our pavements to go to the core jobs. They're redistributing it though in terms of method, and they're putting, I'll go back to the earlier point, what they're doing is make a priority, I think it's wise, for increasing their capacity inside the county council. So I don't know what that will do in terms of delivery, but I think it will strengthen the organisation and its ability for the longer term. One tiny fragment which allow you to close if you want to, Chair, is that we have an agreement in principle with the Cabinet Member for Highways to have a capital programme for the city centre in late summer. Said to be worth around £250,000. They do this periodically. That will be very welcome. So lots of the streets which have loose cobblestones and poor pavements will be the better for it. And there's some work going on now, to be fair. And we'll make a contribution, which could be 50,000. So it's not going to do this often. It's not structural. And it's not, as we said before, like once we could afford to do, but it would help us do something locally that people will see as a benefit.
Okay. I've always struggled with the disconnect around this authority doing planning, and we know, don't we, we're in a snowball whereby we are seeing growth of housing, and that inevitably means an impact on footpaths and roads. And I don't see any train capacity being increased to take HGVs off the roads, because that has a huge impact on the wear and tear of our roads, in particular in the lanes in the villages north of Colchester. Now, that's a nice little segue. Councillor Rowe, you look like you had a question.
Thank you, Chair. At the beginning of your very brief introduction, Matthew, I think you said that Colchester get 12.5% of the overall LHP, which was a larger percentage than Basildon and Chelmsford. Is that correct? Did I miss that?
Can I just correct that? Apologies.
Yeah.
What I think I tried to say, and apologies if I got it wrong,
Right, no worries.
is that together, Colchester, Chelmsford and Basildon take 12.5%. So whatever a third of 12.5% is, 4.1% is what Colchester gets off the total from Essex.
Okay, so we're in the same, we get the same percentage as Chelmsford and as Basildon. Okay, that's fine. It's often portrayed that Chelmsford get all of the cash and Colchester get nothing. So it's interesting that we get the same in that respect. Second point, off the back of that I think the leader has already put forward an answer to, but can we put money into the LHP? So can we partner on these things, and can Colchester put forward money into the LHP in order to create and push forward projects that we think are important within Colchester? Is it something that we're allowed to do, or are we only allowed to spend the 250,000 that Essex have put forward and allocated?
Yes, it is a good question, and in the past we have contributed, so we can. but it's a question of being able to. At the
Yeah, that's
moment.
fine. So it's ultimately, it's a prioritisation issue.
Yeah.
So if we're not happy about things that we're spending elsewhere, and people want things done in the local highways panel, that's something that prioritisation should be looked at.
I mean, I think the question would probably be raised by council taxpayers as to why the district council is funding a county council function. So that's probably one of those questions, and it's a fair question, isn't it?
I suppose at the end of the day, it's all taxpayers' money.
Absolutely, and why we work together.
Yeah, exactly. Thank you.
Just at this point, I'm just going to welcome opportunity for a panel member to say hello, so that you're on record as being here.
Hello, sorry, my sub emergency, they couldn't turn up, so I have come here instead of myself.
And who are you, please?
I am Sam McLean, and I represent Newtown and Christchurch.
Thank you.
Thank you
great stuff.
for your patience, Chair.
Welcome here. Okay, right. I think I can see Councillor Willits with his hand in the air. Go for it.
Chairman, we're supposed to be scrutinising what the local highways panel does, and it's always that much more tempting to start debating what it might do in the future and how it could be reorganised, because that provides a useful way out from having to put it under the microscope and say, this is a highly underfunded team. At a reputational level, they have difficulties, because certainly my electors know that there is a local highways panel, and if you're the average person in the street, it's a reasonable assumption that you have something, if you're local highways, you have something to do with potholes, and to have to explain to people that the local highways panel has nothing to do with highways really, it just does a few road safety schemes around the edge, just adds to the confusion. So I think there is an issue there of how the local highway panel explains to the people of Colchester what it's doing. I'm not sure whether we should be doing it for them. It's their own autonomous body, but there is misunderstanding about what their role is, and it needs to be clarified if it is to be continued. The second point is on the reduction of funding. I served on the local highways panel for many years, and they hadn't got enough money in those days, and that was when the borough council, as it was, used to chip in and provide a wodge of cash to help out. And after all, it was only people in Colchester paying for Colchester highways, safety schemes and bus stops and so on being provided. And I didn't see any huge reaction. At a bureaucratic level, the purists would say, well, it's county money and we shouldn't be paying something, we should be paying county to come back and do things in Colchester. At the end of the day, what it's all about is making Colchester a better place. And that is what we should be urging the local highways panel to do. I don't believe they're ever going to make an impact on the things that they're supposed to do, like safety schemes, let alone the things which the public think they should be doing, like getting a spade out and filling in a few potholes, unless they have more money. And I think the first recommendation we should be making to Cabinet is that they restore the 100,000 into the pot. It will be spent in Colchester, it will be spent to the benefit of Colchester pedestrians, cyclists and motorists, and I think that we spend too much time whinging about what the county council does or doesn't do, or thinking about the utopian position in years hence when there might be a unitary authority or some better way of doing it. How it'll actually produce more money, I'm not quite sure. But what we can do in the short term is we can say as a panel, this is an under-resourced, another under-resourced panel, and resources should be found. If we think it's doing a good job, we should be prepared to put our hand in our pocket rather than just writing letters to Cunningham and others. So I would happily support...
Councillor Cunningham.
Yeah, Councillor Cunningham, sorry, I'm disrespectful, Chairman, take it back. I support a recommendation to Cabinet asking them to consider further whether a contribution from the City Council would be well spent. It might be, it might not. I just think they should do that exercise. Thinking back though, Chairman, at the last council meeting, we spent £7.7 million on roads. And here we are writing letters, begging letters to Kevin Bentley when we're spending megabucks on roads. And perhaps we should be thinking our priorities and saying, do we actually want to build a road in Highwoods that no one actually wants and needs for 7.7 million, when we've got the borrowing capacity to actually start doing some of this work ourselves? And I doubt very much whether the Highways Authority is going to read the section which says that only they can fill in potholes. We can do things in a very professional manner. And I just think that for once, rather than whinging to other people, we should say, how can we actually solve these problems? And we can do some of that by giving some of our own funds to the local highways panel. I think they still need to convince us, because this report doesn't convince me at all that what they're doing is effective and efficient. I mean, they're doing a few schemes here and there. I'm not sure that it's done with the project planning, accuracy and measurement of results that we should really be looking for. So I think there are issues for the panel to address, and we should be signalling that to them. But the most important issue is that we provide more funds, or we ask Cabinet to consider the possibility of providing more funds out of contingency to enable Highways Panel at least to do what they're trying to do.
Okay, we have a very clear proposal there, and you even put a figure on it. Some people might say that that was a modest figure, but you put a figure on it. What do we want to do here at this point? Do we want to recommend to Cabinet that they consider putting money into LHP? Okay.
Very much so, yeah.
I mean,
we could even recommend the scheme they can scrap.
So to respond on Councillor Willett's points, again, very useful points, thank you. We can pass the information through to the chair of the panel around the need to communicate more widely what they're doing, because I think it's a good suggestion. It is unfortunate this evening that you've got neither the chair nor the lead officer, so apologies for that, but we can certainly take that back, so I think that's very, very helpful. I will just say you've just passed a budget, Council has just passed a budget, and I will say again, it's one of the most challenging budgets we've ever set, and we are cutting services going forwards, and we've been very clear about that in the future plan, and we have a massive transformation programme to deliver. So I'm just going to leave that there in terms of recommending additional funding for priorities that may be residents' priorities, but they are the County Council's responsibility to deliver. So if you want to recommend it, that's completely up to you, and it's up to Cabinet to reply. That's not, I'm just reminding you that you have set a budget in the most challenging circumstances ever. And then the final thing I would say is the point about the borrowing for investment in the Northern Gateway. Just to remind you, that's obviously to realise the Council's most significant asset that we own, that will return you an income and receipts against that borrowing. You would not get any return against any borrowing for investment in roads, so we would continue to pay that for a long term. I'm just going to make sure that that's clear.
Chairman, that's a very narrow view, if you don't mind me saying so. I've just paid £800 last week for a new front suspension on my car. Now that isn't a city council expense, but that is a direct result of potholes. So if we put more money into highways, okay, we may not have an income coming into the council, but the citizens of the city are going to have a better deal. And I think we should be looking at all these things from the point of view of our residents, not from the point of view of sort of technical accountancy. And whether we make this recommendation, Chairman, is a matter for members. I mean, it's a member's decision how the money is spent, and a Cabinet, the group of members who who will decide on this. So I think we should not be put off by the caveats that are being given. If we as councillors believe this is the right thing for Colchester, we should be making the recommendation to Cabinet.
Okay, I think I can read the room on this one. We do regret that the chairman is unavailable this evening through ill health, and perhaps we can ask that some further communications around the work of the LHP can come forward directly from the chair in the context of what's happening within Colchester. I have to say, when I put in a bid once in LHP for some illumination underneath the tunnel under the Westway, it was really well received, and it was an example actually of how the LHP can be effective, because it was an oversight that area became a main thoroughfare to the train station and all of the Rotary Way development that happened, and people were making representations about how they were feeling unsafe in a very, very long dark tunnel, and for a very small amount of money was fixed. So I've seen in my own eyes the effectiveness of the LHPs, and I think we probably do need to understand a little bit around the terms of reference of them. I've recently been directed to LHP funding to have some white wooden signs painted in the villages north of Colchester. Now, for me, that's not really a safety issue. It should just be done as standard. So why was I directed to that pot of money when actually, frankly, I could go out there with £100 worth of paint myself and do it quite effectively if I really had to? So I do think there's a wider conversation to be had here. In the interim, though, and in the interest of moving tonight forward, Councillor Willits has made a proposal that Cabinet is minded to consider finding money in the future to fund LHP from Colchester's perspective, as it used to. Now, and I will also defend this authority in that I know that we are very supportive administratively, and that is in terms of the buildings, when there are meetings held, the access to officers and in-house expertise. We have some of that, don't we, around transport and sustainability, which is probably why, as Mrs. Barker says, we've been very successful in winning some of that money. So that's all good, but there's a very tangible recommendation here, and I don't see any dissent around here. Councillor Smalls.
I just want to get this really clear in my head. So what the LHPs do is that the money purely comes from Essex Council, and if I understand it correctly, they're undertaking work that would be the responsibility of Essex Council. So in my head, no, I'm confused about this, because as we know, Colchester City Council gets a lot less money than Essex County Council and has different responsibilities. And we know that we are struggling to support the responsibilities that we do have financially. And so I am cautious about this. Obviously, I was the one that brought up that the money has been halved. So I would like that money, in an ideal world, to definitely come back, obviously, but from Essex, I'm not sure I would be so comfortable with it coming from Colchester City Council budget. But I mean, obviously, that's a discussion to be had. I wouldn't object to the discussion, but I don't want it to be that there's a consensus that everybody is happy with it in principle, because at the moment I'm probably not. Maybe if I had lots of discussions I would be, but I'm certainly got concerns.
Okay, I think that we've also heard this on, and if we need to have a vote on it, I'll do it, and I'll say I hear the recommendation from Councillor Willits that Cabinet should consider finding more money to put into the LHP as used to be the case. That's the recommendation. Now, if we want to not put a figure on it, then I'm minded that could be an option. I'm looking at Mr. McCarthy. No figure. Right, no figure on it. We can.
If the wording could be changed more to a discussion, not them sort of find money in case they. I don't know. It's.
Consider.
I'd sort of be happy. Obviously, I'm quickly open for people to discuss whatever they want, but to say find the money in part or put money in, I don't know.
Well, okay. I mean, we never know what's going to happen in the course of a year, do we? There might suddenly be an explosive intake of money in our car parks and in other receipts. You never quite know. It's not for this panel to to necessarily worry about that detail, but we put forward the principled recommendation that if the art of the possible is possible. I see Councillor McLean.
Yeah, apologies, I was late to the party here. Am I getting this right? We're suggesting that Colchester Borough Council fund Essex County Council to do highways maintenance because Essex County Council has failed on highways maintenance.
Not quite. Councillor Willits, I'm going to let you have the last word on this, and if we need to have a binary vote on it, we're going to do it because I want to move on. Councillor Willits.
I don't really care what the wording is if we have to sort of weasel word it. I just believe that Cabinet should give serious consideration to whether it would be, and I'm not saying it will or it will not, whether it would be in the interests of the residents of the city to reinstate some support for the local highways panel. I mean, is that woolly enough for you? No figures, we're not telling them to do it, we're just suggesting that this is an area Cabinet might like to look at following our scrutiny of the...
If anyone disagrees with that, please put your hand up. Okay, there's a firm recommendation to Cabinet. Let's move on.
Yeah, and there's the recommendation
Sorry.
Directly to highways panel. They need to pull their socks up on explaining what they do and what they achieve and how effective they are in doing it.
Okay, we've got two recommendations here. I'm just going to confer with the clerk.
Yeah, just for everyone's benefit, I'll have that. I've got the formal recommendation down to Cabinet regarding potential, potentially funding the work of the LHP. We don't really have any powers to formally send recommendations to the local highways panel, but I can minute that as an informal recommendation if Councillor Willis is happy with that.
Chairman, there really is no point in scrutinising it if there is no way of feeding back our opinion of what they're doing and how well they're doing it. And after all, scrutiny is about examining how well things are being done, not really what it is that should be done. That's an executive decision.
Councillor Willits, through me as the chair here, we're going to write to the chairman. We're going to write to the chairperson, the chairman, the chairwoman. I get a bit tired of this one. We're going to write to Councillor Sue Lissimore, who is the person who is primus inter pares on that committee, and we're going to ask for some clarity around their work. I think that's sufficient. We've got two recommendations there to see through. Thank you. All right, let's move on then. Thank you very much, Matthew Brown and Lindsay Barker. They are your names on the badges, so I'm able to call you that and not refer to you as a Mr. or a Mrs. or anything like that. So thank you, Lindsay. Thank you, Matthew. Let's move on then to the next item, which is, I believe, the town deal. And then we will move on to city status celebrations. I know you're waiting very patiently. We're trying to get to you, and we've brought that forward, and we're going to be keeping, hopefully, on Councillor Luxford-Vaughan and Councillor Somers here a bit later because of it, but I'm looking at you now looking nervous. Go for it, you have the floor.
Oh, so how long am I going to be waiting? I thought I was next.
Well, yes, I should have explained in all the excitement of this evening and my 3 Dr. Peppers, I've omitted to clarify that we were changing the order just slightly because we had an external member of the public, an external person here. What we'll do for your benefit, if you're okay, Councillor Luxford-Vaughan, is we will have you first and then Councillor Somers after that, perhaps? That might be a little bit of a way of doing it.
That's the way around it's billed in the first place. But you just said that you were going to bring forward celebrating our city status and the town deal.
Yeah. Does that cause you a problem? It's always a very lively, packed agenda. I'm really sorry. I never anticipate getting home before 10 o'clock in this forum, but we'll keep going. Right. Town fund. We have no members of the public here to speak about this. That quite surprises me, but it also pleasantly surprises me. Over to you, Matthew.
I think my colleague Matthew Stelling is going to give a presentation to start with.
We'll move that.
Yeah, hi, hopefully you can hear me okay.
There we go.
I'm just going to bring the presentation up. Are you able to see that?
Yes, we can just about see that. Just before we get there, I'm just wondering to preempt any questions, if any of the members of the panel wish to quickly chuck in anything that maybe they'd like covered in perhaps a little more detail, rather than being completely to Mr. Sterling's discretion. Any questions at this stage about what we're about to receive or the project overall? I'm seeing Councillor Willetts' hand itching.
I just wondered how we were going to deal with this. I've got some general observations, and I think we've seen the presentation several times.
Well, then can we hear what you would like covered at this point, so that we can make sure that it is covered, and then we'll obviously get into.
Jumbo would be good.
It was purely a point of how we do our business, Chairman. The report starts off by saying the governance and monitoring of the performance of the town deal is managed by the independent We Are Colchester board. The report contains nothing about the governance and monitoring statement of the We Are Colchester board. And we've been presented with a lot of detail, financial detail, time detail about projects. And it was my guess that probably the We Are Colchester board will have gone through this ad nauseam and will have some fairly concise reports about how these projects are moving, yet they are not presented as part of the report that we have. Now, it may be that Matt has them on his slides, but I just wondered what happens to the monitoring reports of the We Are Colchester board, and why don't we see them?
Thank you, Councillor Willetts. I can pick that one up if you like. So all of the minutes and records of the Town Deal Board are published, but the City Council is the accountable body for the Town Deal programme, if you remember, and that's why we've always had an annual scrutiny, because as accountable body, you also need to oversee particularly the spend and the management of risk, which the council also oversees. So the Town Deal Board takes some responsibility to make sure all of that is in place, but the council is the accountable body, so we have a slightly different responsibility in this, which is why we're bringing it to you with all of the financial detail tonight.
Yeah, just that I was hesitant to wonder why we get all the detail about the projects when there is another body which is specifically charged with that particular remit, and we don't see their opinion anywhere.
We do have the chair of the We Are Colchester board here, Simon Blacksall. I would just say, my perspective, if I might, Dennis, is that I think we would have been selling short what's being done if we hadn't provided you with a rounded picture of what is happening. But that would be the next line of questioning for any member, and very understandably. I mean, I would just sort of say, for me, it was one of my. If I had started this off, I would sort of say this is complicated, because it's not just, if I may say this, the We Are Colchester board, because there's an accountability that goes in a number of different directions, including DLUC. So the department set this up. They required the We Are Colchester board. I know that we are grateful that Simon and colleagues were prepared to sit on that independent board, without which we could not bid. We've been successful in bidding and securing the money, but actually there is an accountability runs in a number of different ways. So we thought the best approach was to give you that rounded picture, then leave it to members to take us where you would like us to go, and with the presence of Simon here to give you his perspective on how his governance arrangements are working, but they are very, very public.
It's just that the projects are in Simon's management gift. I mean, that is the organisation that is running the projects and monitoring the projects and ensuring that there's proper governance with those projects. Yet the presentation this evening is not by the people who are actually doing the work. And I would have been much happier to have had Simon presenting. I think we would have probably got a quicker and deeper understanding of just what was happening, rather than Simon's views being passed to our officers, being passed around and so on. It just seems a tortuous process to get a quick update on just how well these projects are motoring.
It was just really to reiterate, so just to slightly clarify, so it's the council that is in contract to deliver the projects, and the council is delivering the projects. We just are reporting into the Town Deal Board for that oversight, because as Councillor King said, it was required, and they play a very important role. But the council is the accountable body, and we are responsible for the oversight and delivery of all of the projects. So that's why we've brought them this evening. We've been here several times with the Town Deal programme, so you know, it's what we have done before, but I'm sure that Simon Blacksall will be able to cover that piece once we've done the presentation, if you're okay for us to do that. Okay.
Let's move on to the presentation, and I'm just going to plant one seed in there, which is that I have observed how some projects around the country have encountered challenge and delay. It's pleasing to see that we have not, in the Houses of Parliament, had our Member of Parliament having to have difficult discussions around delays. Now, that said, we know, don't we, St Nicholas Square was delayed. What I'm minded to ensure that we hear tonight, I don't mind who says it, but if there are any risks to any project delays in impacting on leveraging of other pots of money, I think it would be a good idea to hear about that, because that's the thing. So much of this is leveraging other money. And I just would like to be sure, if we've got lots of projects on the go, and there are some that might cause problems, there might be problems, there might be delays, we're not going to lose out. So let's have the presentation, please.
Okay, thanks, councillors. And I will take the hint and try to be as brief as I possibly can. And apologies for not being with you in person tonight. I think I've probably got the beginning of what Councillor Lissamore has got at the moment. Not caught through her, I should say. And I didn't want to be coughing over you all evening. So just to introduce the presentation. Obviously, our town deal forms part of our regeneration work, but it is only part of that work. It sits alongside other schemes such as our Levelling Up programme and our Shared Prosperity Fund. And it also sits alongside our newest scheme, which is the Rural England Prosperity Fund. As has been said, it's governed by the independent We Are Colchester Board, which was a requirement of the funding stream. But we are the accountable body, and we are delivering several of the component projects. Those projects, those schemes have been delivered by a range of partners, ECC as well as charities, and in some cases they're bringing in extra funding, and ours is simply the pump priming. And the thing that's really characterises 2024 as opposed to when we sat with you last year for the review is that we're moving to delivery this year. So in previous years we've been doing mobilisation and planning. There's a lot of actual spades in the ground this year. So if I try to move quite quickly through each of the projects and themes, we start off in Greensted, which is the largest theme. And this tries to deliver two main projects. One is a multi-agency hub, which brings together health and community activity, as well as bringing forward in the future a significant amount of new affordable housing. And it's also trying to promote a livable neighbourhood by encouraging walking and cycling and making that a more realistic choice. I won't read through everything on the slide because I'm taking it you don't want me to. You've got the updates in the report. But just to say where the first project's at, the hub project, they've had designs done by architects. They've done an enormous amount of community engagement to inform those designs. At the moment, they're looking at the affordability of the designs and what they can have and what they can't afford. And we're expecting the project board to decide on the designs shortly. As far as the pedal power scheme goes, the livable neighbourhood schemes, that's going really well. ECC have brought in I think it's between 250 and 300,000 pounds for a walkability pilot early this year. But they've also been giving out the cycles and the training, so they've been giving really good feedback on their progress. And in terms of our role as accountable body, it's as well to know the total budget for the community hub is 5.9 million, which is shown on the screen there. They're currently analysing the true cost of the designs to see what the cost will be, and that will tell them whether they've got a shortfall or not, and it will also allow them to work out how much contingency they've got. No such financial issues on Essex Pedal Power or livable neighbourhoods. The second theme is city centre schemes, and this is probably the most high-profile, prominent one, probably because it is in the centre. It's it comes in two parts. So there's a couple of schemes which are bringing back heritage buildings, such as Jumbo and Holy Trinity Church. And then there's a few schemes which are about improving public realms, such as St Nick's Square and Holy Trinity Square. St Nicholas Square has been mentioned tonight as the leader's favourite project, and I'm very glad to hear that. The key update to tell you is that after a long period trying to get our designs approved by the Highways Authority, because this is on Highways land, most of this, we've had that approval for the first half of the square, and we're on site. We've been digging up the subsurface, and they've been paving from this week. And the other piece of work going on in the background is all the necessary permissions work, so that when we finish at the Lion Walk side of the square, we can move to the eastern side of the square. It's a £1.6 million budget, and it's worth saying that although we've got a fixed price contract with the builder, there are so many potential unforeseens with work that involves digging up the ground, such as utilities. And because that budget has stretched, the contingency has been used. So we are having to manage costs very closely. Holy Trinity Square, many members will know this went to planning committee back in February and was given approval. So we're currently doing the work to finish the design around some of the conditions that the planning committee set, with a mind to put out the tender for the build of the site in a few months' time. We've currently got a budget of 600k, but there will be uncertainty around that until we've done the tender. And we're at the point where we do the tender, we'll get a fixed price contract. But at the moment, that assumes a 44k contingency. And then this public realm scheme is to put some money into the redevelopment of the Essex County Hospital scheme to boost the public realm and to make it accessible to the wider public rather than simply residents. They're actually mobilising on site with a mind to start actual build work in April. The contractor is Kind & Co, and the public realm gets done early in that scheme. So, and you can see the town deal is putting in 488k there, but that's a contribution to a larger scheme. And then the first of the two heritage buildings, Holy Trinity Church, which is a really much loved building, includes a Saxon tower, is very historic. This is to contribute towards a much more expensive overall scheme. So it's to bring the building back into use, to renovate it as a community hub, which at the moment the plan is that it will be run on behalf of the One Colchester partnership by Community 360. We think the total cost of the scheme is likely to be 2.8 million. The town deal is really only a part of that funding, a small part of it. And the main part comes from, we're hoping will come from the Heritage Lottery Fund. We were successful. We heard recently that we were successful at the stage 1 bid, which is the development round. So that's given us money to prepare the full bid, which funds things like architects' full designs and planning consent. And we're currently working, I say we, Matthew Brown is currently working very hard to get the full bid finished in time for submission in November. And then Jumbo being the other heritage building. This is again a much larger scheme being managed on our behalf by an independent charity. Total cost of the scheme is likely to be about 1.78 million pounds. Town deal only a part contribution, but they again were successful at stage 1 with the Heritage Lottery, and they're about halfway through already their year of full bid preparation. Working quite closely, I should say, with our events and museum service about how they manage the attraction once it's opened. The next theme is transforming youth facilities, and this is a theme ultimately to improve the life chances of young people, but specifically to radically modernise the townhouse, which is the main youth centre in Colchester, but also to do improvements to the Highwoods and the Stanway youth centres. They've been engaging very heavily with young people to agree designs, and they've been going through a tender process. We've now got, they've appointed a contractor, and we've got start dates. So you can see those on the screen, and the first of them is Highwoods, which will start this month. And then the largest of the schemes, the townhouse, starts in May and runs to September, with Stanway starting in July and finishing in August. And you can see the costs there. those are fixed costs. The scheme is being run on our behalf by Essex County Council, but at the moment, the contract they've entered into with the contractor is within those budgets. The fourth scheme is physical connectivity, and specifically, this is the new and/or upgraded walking and cycling route from the city centre eastwards towards the High, the University, and Greenstead. The plan was always that they would do this scheme in parts, and the first part was on the Colne Causeway, which is already completed. Many of you will have seen the work going on there previously, but that's now finished. A traffic regulation order has been issued for the East Hill section, which the plan is would be the next one, and designs have been prepared. They are just looking again at those designs to make sure that they can comply with the Highways Road Safety Audit that Essex have had to carry out, and also scrutinising the budget to see where to ensure affordability. But we're expecting some comeback from Essex about that review shortly. And I've included the numbers there on screen just so you can see the overall finances. It is a large scheme, but at the moment there is a contingency in the budget for East Hill. But as I say, they need to review the scheme to comply with the road safety audit and then to ensure affordability. And then the final theme is the digital connectivity scheme. This is 3 projects. So it's the digital working hub on Queen Street, which you can see in the picture on the top right of the screen there. A centre for small tech and creative businesses and grow on space. It's the Digital Skills Hub, which is an enhancement of the tech training facilities at the Wilson Marriage Centre. And then it's a 5G pilot on 2 sites in the city centre to try to leverage investment in the 5G network in Colchester more widely. If I start with the middle of those schemes, the Skills Hub, because it's finished. So Essex were really fast on this one. We contributed money, Town Deal money, but they contributed 100k as well. The work has been done, it's been launched, and there are people being trained in that centre as we speak, perhaps not quite as we speak, but at the moment. And we would expect that at next year's annual review of the Town Deal, we would have numbers and feedback for you on learner outcomes. If I go back to the Queen Street Digital Working Hub, many of you will have seen the hoarding on Queen Street outside the old bus depot. So bus depot demolished, planning consent issued. We've had a successful tender for construction. So one of the members raised the subject of cost inflation, and there was cost inflation that hit this project. So the tenders came in more expensively than we'd originally budgeted. But we have found that money by a combination of value engineering and moving unused funds, which has allowed us to get within budget, and work has started on site. So we've been on site since January, and good progress is being made. And then the last of these schemes is the 5G scheme. This is the one that I tend to confuse anyone if I try to explain it. But in essence, it's a scheme to pilot 2 5G sites in the city centre, particularly around tech businesses and tourism and visitor experience, in the hope that those can bring in private sector investment in 5G more widely. This has been run for us by Amphora, who are experts. Obviously, they've got a lot of experience in high-speed fibre. They've conducted a tender exercise which has identified an outcome, and they're just doing the due diligence on that at the moment. So we're expecting an outcome shortly. I'll move to the key risks of the project. The absolute key risk at the moment is cost inflation. We've been hearing anecdotal reports from Town Deal and levelling up schemes around the country that cost inflation is proving a real pain for everyone. Tenders are coming in much higher than they would have done a couple of years ago. We're managing it very closely to continue to be able to deliver as many of our outcomes as we possibly can. And I'll show you a slide in a minute which shows the current state of play. Obviously, another key risk is timetable, because we have to finish the Town Deal within the government's timetable by 2026. The St Nick's Square scheme was delayed, but is now deliverable within that timescale. And the situation varies for different projects, but at the moment we're content that we're going to be on track. I won't talk through all of the others because I think cost inflation and project overruns are the key ones, but we can respond to concerns in your questions. And then this slide just tries to give you, as accountable body, a really, in one slide, a headline of the financial situation. So for each project, what we're showing you here is the total cost of the project. We're showing you the available budget, which we always want to be exactly the same as the total cost of the project, obviously. We also then, in the third column of those numbers, we show you the town deal contribution, just so you can see that some of the schemes are leveraging in quite considerable extra money beyond town deal. And then the final column on the right is the overspend, where there's a shortfall between the cost and the budget. At the moment, despite the cost inflation we've been experiencing, we're not showing a shortfall on any of the projects, except we've got 2 projects where we're looking at the costs at the moment to try to get the design on budget. And those are the mixed-use community hub of Greenstead and the walking and cycling route, as I said. But all the others, although the cost might have been higher than we originally anticipated when we wrote the town investment plan, there is available budget that matches our current estimation of costs. So my final slide, you'll be pleased to hear, is just a summary. And I would say again, after several years of talking about Town Deal, we're on site now with several schemes, and we'll be on site with the youth schemes shortly. So this really will be the year of physical, visible delivery. The main risk of cost inflation is a serious risk, but is being mitigated. We started the programme with very high levels of engagement work, public engagement work, and we're continuing that throughout. So we're continuing to run tours of buildings, focus groups, public meetings and surveys. And that's both informing the designs that we're coming forward with, but also sharing news about the scheme. And just as an example, we did some social media recently, which is more one-way communication than the 2 ways of normal engagement work, but it's worth noting. We did some social media about St Nick's launching, and we got 80,000 impressions on that social media. So there is a real interest in this scheme. And then the delivery of schemes is being coordinated with those of other programmes, such as the levelling scheme, to avoid unnecessary disruption. And I will stop presenting there and hand over to the panel.
Thank you, Matt Sterling. I should say we are privileged this evening to be joined by Simon Blackstall, the chairman of the board. Simon, do you want to say a few words about your experiences in this? I know it's been a long journey and you are primus inter pares and all that, but come and say a few words. How's it been?
Well, I think very good, actually. I mean, I have to take my hat off to the officers who've made it all happen. And maybe sit forward. Microphone. No, it has been very well coordinated by the officers. There's obviously a bit of a lack of understanding possibly about what the board was about, and I could give you a brief summary if that would help. I don't know whether that would or wouldn't, but would it? I might just grab a pair of glasses, actually, because I normally wear contact lenses.
These tangible projects are always very exciting for everyone. So when you have your glasses and you're near the microphone, I'll hand back over. I'm just filling time. Here we go. It's your
glasses. No, I mean, no, just briefly, because I think it's probably more complicated than people realise. But the original Towns Fund said it was mandatory to have a town deal board. No board, no funding. So the board was convened by the Colchester City Council in line with government requirements. So that was absolutely necessary. But the City Council is the accountable body, as Lindsay mentioned. So before securing the £19.2 million deal award, the board's role was to develop and agree evidence-based projects, a town investment plan, to develop a clear programme of interventions and coordinate resources and influence stakeholders. Then when we got the money, and that was March 2021, the board's purpose and objectives were reviewed and updated to reflect a new phase in the programme. So we had to continue to act as a governance body responsible for making decisions and monitoring progress of all town deal programmes and project initiatives in partnership with the DLUC, which is the Department for Levelling Up, Housing and Communities. So we continue to have a strategic role for the town deal programme, and also to act as a consultee group for other emerging opportunities. So I mean, again, just to reiterate, the board's responsibilities are to oversee and direct the delivery of town deal programme of projects, providing ongoing vision, check and challenge, continue to develop and support extensive community consultation, find gaps in the strategy, and support the development of plans to address them, to monitor and evaluate outcomes. So it was referred to by Matt, at Grinstead at the last board meeting, for example. There are still issues over the costing, so it's been put back to the team to come back to the next board meeting and say, right, is that definitely achievable for that money? Because DLUC are also represented in the room. They would be challenging. They need to be convinced that the money is there. And if the money is not there, then the projects won't happen, full stop. Right, I think
Simon, I'm going to ask members
I'll
to put some questions to Matthew, Sterling, and maybe even yourself. I am conscious that it's approaching a break time. We'll motor forward a little bit, and just for the record, Simon, just thank you for what you've done. I understand the board have not been remunerated. You are all civic-minded people who care about Colchester. You've given up your own valuable time to do this over a long period of time. So thank you. But let's open up to panel members. I saw Councillor Rowe.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, I echo those points made by Councillor Laws around thanks to everyone involved in this. I think it's some excellent work across the board. I think a lot of the projects are things that everybody agrees with. I think it's very hard to say anything otherwise. I do, however, have some questions sort of off the back of what Councillor Willett said earlier with regards to, from a scrutiny perspective, what are we sort of looking at with regards to the projects? And the presentation was very useful. I appreciate it. It sort of added some extra clarity and tried to bring some things together from the information that we've already been provided with. I do wonder if we could sort of condense it down into something a bit more well, condensed, I suppose, around each project. I suppose, are they on budget? Are they on time? I know that we have, it was mentioned a couple of times in the presentation around it has to be completed by 2026, otherwise the funding disappears. The risks, I think some of the risks were sort of pointed out, but it would be good to know from an individual perspective on each of those projects, what are the main risks that we face? We sort of said, there's good progress on all these projects. What really does good progress mean? I mean, it would be good to sort of see a burn down chart or something of how much we're spending on each of the projects. I don't think I saw, I mean, apologies if there was something in the pack, but I don't think I saw it with regards to, what's the overall budget and how much, because obviously, there's a lot of back and forth on the design. I understand these are not easy projects, they're complex, but if we're spending a lot of money going backwards and forwards, making sure the design, how much of that is eating into the budget we have to build the thing? And, are we red, amber, green? What's the RAG status on these for each of these individual projects? And I think if we take a bit more that type of approach of it, it would be a lot easier for us to understand where we sit with each of these projects. So I think I'll leave it there and hopefully
Matt Sterling and potentially Lindsay, but Matt Sterling, you're very small on our screen at the moment, so we're going to make you massive. Here we go. And we're going to make you big. There you are. You're in the room.
Thank you. What I can absolutely say, so the report we've given you includes a summary section, which shows you absolutely the current state of the cost and budget for each project. Where that's not showing an overspend, so I can see people hunting for it. But so that gives you that summary. We've also included a table in the report for each project, which shows you amounts of contingency, for example, and start and finish dates. I do accept what we haven't given you is what we give We Are Colchester, which is a RAG rating for each project. But we can certainly talk to you about any individual project and key risks and how we feel about the performance.
Sorry, just to add on that is 0.8, the financial implications. Is that correct? 8.3. Sorry, is that that's the chart that you gave us at the end of your presentation?
That's the one I was. Yeah.
Yeah. So I mean, that tells us that this is the spend of a particular project, and it tells us whether we're overspend on the project or it doesn't necessarily tell us how much we've spent on that already. So 0.4, 8.4.
8.4 gives you the spend to date.
Okay, I don't see that. Okay, fine. If that's in the pack, okay, that's fine. Okay, I'll look that up, but that's fine. That's cool. Okay. Okay, well, it'd be good to have that in the presentation from that perspective. Thank you.
I mean, I do think in terms of the scrutiny, I think they're all the right questions. So, and I think.
Yeah, I'm not trying to be awkward.
No, it's really helpful. And apologies, it's quite a long presentation. It's quite a complex programme. So, that's what we've tried to give you here is a lot more detail than we were able to give you last time, because we are in that level of detail now. So, we've tried to be as open as we can be. I think to give you a feeling of risk, which is what I think you're after. So we've delivered 3, so they're done, and we know the costs, and we're on site with 3. So although there are still some risks around them, as Matt has outlined, we're in contract, so we're managing those risks as far as we possibly can. I think the ones that are probably now highest risk for us are those that are still to start. Now, of those, I think 3, I'm going to do this off the top of my head at the moment, but I think 3 are all contributions to. So the risk is lower because we have a fixed contribution that we are making towards schemes, and 2 of those schemes have already passed key gateways on the Heritage Lottery Fund. So they're doing really well. That's really significant. It's hard to get Heritage Lottery funding in. So I think we are increasingly confident about being able to make that contribution to those projects, because we can't unless the rest of the funding is unlocked. I think the biggest risk, and is exactly as Simon said at the last Town Deal Board, we almost entirely focused on it at the last Town Deal Board, is the Heart of Greenstood project. It's a big bill. It's had a lot of community engagement. There are a lot of expectations about what might be delivered in Greenstood, and of course it's our most community and has the highest level of need. And I think that's our biggest risk, because we still don't have cost certainty on that project. So I think it's the right question to ask. I think in the future we can probably just give you that little bit more of a summary that they give to the Town Deal Board every time, so that they do have that oversight. So really good questions, thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. That would be really good if we get that in the future. Thank you very much for your response.
Okay, I'm looking around at other members. Some members have been very quiet. I see Councillor McLean, you did. I was just encouraging others I was trying to catch other eyes, but you're there, you have the floor.
So, thanks, Chair. Several decades ago, when Culver Square and I think Lion Walk were being developed, Roman remains were found and Roman foundations, and what was done was it was destroyed and dug underneath, and tunnels were made, and it was all lost. But if anything was found now, any Roman foundations, would they be at risk of being destroyed in the way they were back in the 70s and 80s? And another question, were any other Greenstoods being looked at for levelling up of this fund? And I think that's great. It really needs the regeneration. Were any other areas in Colchester high in deprivation being looked at? Thanks.
On the archaeological one, I mean, thankfully, the MPPF now is very different than when it was in the 70s and 80s, and you're right, because the original Roman fortress on the hill was removed for a shopping centre. But we have been moved into a different place now, and I don't think any of the projects that are on the people are looking to do
Could I get that
particularly big
answer from
excavations.
one of them,
Yeah,
though,
yeah,
is
yeah.
what I would like.
I'm just
Thanks.
giving them time to look at their
Thanks.
notes.
Okay.
But no, I mean, we're not seeking to dig underneath Jumbo, are we? Over to you.
Thank you very much, Chair. So just to give a bit of feedback in terms of archaeology, two examples that spring to mind really from last year and the work that's underway on site still. The digital working hub in Queen Street, before we began, obviously, demolition of the former bus garage building. Between that and the construction that's on site now, we had quite an extensive archaeological dig led by Essex Archaeological Trust.
Did you find a bus station?
We found some old diesel tanks and some other bits and pieces that left over. No, seriously, we found various bits and pieces, including the remains of the Theatre Royal, which was on the site. There was a Roman well on the site. There were various quite interesting bits right across the time periods, which we've kept, and they've obviously been put aside safely to ultimately be displayed in the building that emerges there in due course. But there was quite extensive archaeology. We also had quite a lot of public engagement. We had school children, we had the Cultural Civic Society, we had members of the Town Board all invited to site to, while it was being dug up, with the archaeologists to explain what was there, which was really good. Essex County Hospital, a corner of Lexington Road, that again, similarly, led by Essex County Council, but again, an extensive archaeology has been done there. And again, there was a lot of local engagement in that. We're not proposing to dig up, all of the other schemes, Darren mentioned Jumbo, we're not digging up anything. We're basically improving buildings, improving assets, but they don't require kind of significant archaeology because we're not really going down into the ground. But
just to clarify, Holy Trinity, for example, the footprint's not changing, is it? So there's no risk of you finding anything there. The one where you might find something interesting is Jumbo Car Park, right? Depending on how deep the foundations go for a potential lift, maybe?
Yeah, absolutely. So you're absolutely right with Holy Trinity Church. It's the footprint of the buildings it is. We're not going down other than putting in some underfloor heating, that kind of thing, but nothing going deep. Jumbo, absolutely. They haven't done the final designs yet, so I'm not absolutely sure what they're doing within the car park, but if it does involve building in the car park, clearly they'd have to do full archaeology.
Councillor McLean, you happy with that?
Yeah, I'd just like a very yes or no answer though. Are any foundations at risk of being demolished?
No.
And is this because we're not allowed to, or because in that they're protected by law, or because the plan just doesn't bother any of them?
It's the last of those. We're not doing anything invasive that involves having to change any of the archaeology.
Okay, Councillor Smalls.
Yeah, no, I'm really feel positive about all the projects. The one that I know least about is the Essex County Hospital and having more of a public realm. So I don't know if there's any more information at the moment about that. I don't know if it will be off Lexington Road, sort of an extension of, because you've already got the pedestrian area kind of opposite that, hasn't it? That's been really improved. And I don't know if what will be there. Yeah, what will be there?
Thank you. We can share the designs. Essentially, the scheme it's the former car park, the front, that kind of ramp that you used to drive up to get to the hospital. That's the area we're talking about, which will be the public realm that is publicly accessible. And that's the bit that we're focusing on under the town deal. But we can share those designs.
Councillor McLean, did you have a supplementary or another question you're not sure has been answered? Okay, fine. Councillor Arnold, good to hear from you.
Yes, I have some really exciting projects and looking forward to seeing them come forth. But in your presentation, you did say they have to be completed by a certain date. What's the contingency plan if they're not, and would that impact on costs to Colchester City?
That is such a good question. I think, at the moment, we are working within timelines where they can be completed within the deadline, so the April 26. But we are reaching some critical points. And I think that was the point that Simon Blacksall referred to in terms of the Heart of Greenstead project. So we do need to get to a point, because we've still got to go through planning, we've still got to go through a tender process. It's quite a long way to go. So we are reaching some critical points around making decisions on some of those bigger projects. So you're right to raise it. At the moment, we're not signalling that we can't deliver within the 2026 time scale, But it is a critical issue and why it's on the risk register for the Town Deal Board to monitor.
Okay, Councillor Willits. And then I'm minded that we will need to have a toilet break at some point, but Councillor Willits.
Chairman, again, I think we're delighting in the presentation of what's being done and the pictures of what there will be there. But from a scrutiny point of view, we should be concerned with how it's being done, whether it's being done with the maximum efficiency. We don't have, I guess if I got my scissors out, I could probably construct from what we've got a report on the finances and the timescales of the project, but we don't have it as one document giving all the finances in a glance. Also, the critical issue that was just brought up by Councillor Arnold, the original start date and finish date of each project, the revised start date and finish date of each project, and the risks. And we've got a lot of information here, phenomenally good stuff, but it doesn't focus as a panel on the things that we really need to be looking at. Is this project on track? Is it going right? Can we be absolutely confident that it's going to be finished on time to plan, and so on? I hope that in future presentations on this, we can always bear in mind that there are certain things which a scrutiny panel will want to see, which are the financials in a very easy to understand form, and also the time scale of what is being done associated with the risks. And I would recommend that we, that forms the first sheet of any further presentations on the subject. And can I come back to the point that I started off with? We do have this volunteer group under Simon who are doing a lot of work on managing of the project. And it says the governance and monitoring of performance has been done in the main by the board. And I would still like to see a report, either verbal or written, from the We Are Colchester board. I think it's a matter of style, Chairman. All too often we bring in a guest such as Simon, who's actually been doing the work, then all the questions seem to get sort of deflected to other experts. And I would have been happier to have had greater focus on Simon's view of what his board are doing, how they've gone about ensuring that there's good governance and excellent monitoring of these projects. And I'm afraid that hasn't quite shone through this evening because of the way we're dealing with the issue.
Okay, Councillor Rowe.
Thank you, Chair. Very quick question off the back of what Councillor Arnold said earlier. The Heart of Greenstead project, I noticed that we said that there was a very slim chance that it may not happen, that it may not complete by the date of 2026. Is there any risk that Colchester City Council will lose money or have sunk money already into that if that doesn't then deliver on certain aspects of the project or the whole project?
Okay, so Councillor Willett's point there directed at all is actually he welcomes more detail in future presentations, and the approach to the presentations could be encompass more of Simon basically, and hopefully you are still here next year on that board to come and speak with us. But that's the feedback from Councillor Willits. It sounds like sound feedback. Councillor Rowe's point about the risks of Greenstead. Lindsay, I think you sort of raised your eyebrows like you might want to say something.
So the risk would be on that project that we would have to give money back. We wouldn't be exposed as a council to any risk because any investment is already made, but we would have to give the money back that we couldn't spend. At the moment, so far, we have asked the board, we have an ability within the terms of the agreement to move money around between projects that were already defined within the investment plan, and we've done a bit of that, and that's been agreed by the Town Deal Board. But I think the Heart of Greenstead project would be more significant. That would be more difficult to do that. So I'm not saying we couldn't, but it would be more difficult.
Okay.
Okay, thank you very much. I think that answers the question. So so ultimately it comes from a pot of money from central government, elsewhere, etc., not from Colchester City Council. Thank you very much.
Okay, I'm looking around the room and I'm thinking now is the time to take 15 minutes. So I'll see everyone back here at 8:10, please. And just finally, just again, to thank Simon and all of his colleagues on that board who give up their time without compensation for it financially. We know it's because you care about Colchester and making the most of the opportunity that's before us. So thank you. Okay, guys, if we can come to order, please. We are now around that halfway mark. So when I get the indication that we are streaming live again, we will reconvene. Okay, well, members of the public watching on YouTube tonight, good to see you again. And thank you, members, for returning and not disappearing anywhere else. It's good to see you back. Okay, right. We are now going to have a very short presentation and a discussion around the celebrating our city status and what that was involved. So if we can all get to that point of our agenda, and I'm going to introduce or hand over rather to Lucy Bredman to talk us through what has been going on in the field of all things city status. Over to you.
Thank you. Good evening, panel, and you'll be glad to hear there isn't a presentation. I'm just going to give you a very brief verbal update. Firstly, I'd like to welcome Elodie Gilbert, who's sitting next to me here. She's the head of creative engagement at the Mercury Theatre. So been doing the work with the younger people that we talk about in the report, and is here to answer any questions you might have about that tonight. Sam Good was going to be here. Sadly, he's not, as you can see. But again, we'll do our best to answer any questions you might have about the work of the bid that's mentioned in there. And I hope we've still got Matt online, because again, Karen Turnbull, who's been key to some of this work, sadly couldn't be with us tonight, but hopefully Matt's still in the background. So over a year on, we're here to consider how city status is helping raise the profile of Colchester. The report focuses on the year of celebration activities and some highlights. The collaborative marketing approach, which was led by the Business Improvement District, the involvement of our young population and rural communities, and consideration of how we evaluate the impact of city status. Becoming a city, again, I think I said this to you all last year, just repeating, didn't come with a guidebook on how to get the most out of it, and it didn't come with a large pot of money. It came at a very difficult time for councils, but those difficulties also gave us the platform, the opportunity, and the motivation for a very different approach. And an approach that required really massive amounts of collaboration, working across public, private, and community and voluntary sector, an approach that required creativity, with place marketing, working with young people, and an approach that utilised things that are strong within Colchester, like our cultural and events offer, which enabled us to make a great big noise and celebrate our restored and very much deserved city status. We had around 40 events linked directly to the fabulous, colourful, council-developed city status branding that was welcomed by partners and proudly used from the zoo to special celebration Tiptree Jam, through to the City Under Siege again, branding that now adorns a number of organisational walls, including our own at Rowan House and the Colchester Institute. We had one of the first royal visits from the King and Queen, an award-winning gladiator exhibition with one of the most significant loans from the British Museum to a regional museum ever. 46,000 people came to see it, and it's an exhibition that will start a national tour next year, further enhancing Colchester's status. The Mercury helped us ask our younger generation of residents what they felt about their city. The video they produced is beautiful and heartwarming. A City Awakens, which I hope you've all had the chance to watch. If you haven't, then please do. We may not be able to deliver the giant sushi train through the city centre, but their concerns about access and public transportation links to their city centre, where they want to come and have fun and party and eat and shop, is really important. And we got that along with lots of other insight. A new Place Colchester groups emerged out of the collaborative work, importantly led by the bid again. And City Status gave us a platform and the motivation for international trading companies, representatives from the visitor economy, the third sector, new residents, local media, young people and business strategy to come together for the first time and think about how Colchester City promotes itself in the future. The report highlights the difficulty of evaluating empirically the links between the award of city status and our progress, but we hope it does express how the council, together with partners and communities, has grasped the opportunity. And in summary, the report sets out some detail and approach and activities over the last year. It's the start of a new history for Colchester, building on the past and the real opportunities for the future. I'm going to hand over to the leader briefly, and then we're happy to answer any questions you have.
Thanks very much, Lucy. All I wanted to just sort of say is how it struck me personally. So potential and progress should be the test for us. And the importance of this, which is why I and others paid such attention to this, was because it's economic, social and reputational in terms of what could happen, can happen, and the degree to which we've taken the opportunity. And I got sort of 3 tests here for me. First is our aims and objectives were around the axle of connection. So engagement of the people of the district and beyond in the city. And I think manifestly, as the lengthy list of events during the year has demonstrated, that I think has been passed as a challenge. The second one for me is around place. So our sense of place. And there is something about, for me, in all of this, and it's how much it lingers and carries forward, about raising the bar for us as a council. And I know you, Chair, feel strongly about this, about our expectations of ourselves as a city, in terms of what we expect from us, how we project that, and what we expect from our partners. And a third one, for want of another one word, will be profile. Raising it and then why we should, and then seeing how we could judge that. And for me, there's a number of illustrations in the last year, and I cross-check occasionally with the bid very directly about what they're seeing. And it's simply this, that this city and this council has struck the right kind of note consistently enough over the year of celebration to leave us in a different position when it comes to the engagements and conversations with business, with investors. We've placed ourselves in the right kind of place. City status does have benefits, economic, as I say, social and connected over time. And I see good evidence for myself, however it may fail a scientific test, but certainly good anecdotal and reputational evidence that we've hit that mark. That would be my take, and I thought I'd share that.
Thank you. Okay, well, you've waited very patiently. Did you want to have a few words?
I think I speak on behalf of the young people that we worked with across the year, but also across the ones that we work at the Mercury, that we're very excited about the new city status of Colchester, the opportunities that there are within the next few years. And I think the sort of work that we did around the city status is a sort of fun, creative way to engage with young people and their parents and families around what the future of City of Colchester can look like, but also in a fun and engaging way. And that was the sort of main premise of what we've decided to work on over the few months.
Thank you. Okay. Right, members. Councillor Rowe.
Thank you, Chair. I think Councillor King preempted my question and sort of answered it, but I'm going to ask it anyway. Becoming a city, what benefits have we seen, and how actually can we measure those benefits? Thank you.
Well, I did try to respond.
Well, let me add some, leaders, if you don't mind, let me add some value to this as well. Perhaps because, you are the leader and you do think strategically, and you may or may not be here for a while longer in this building. So let's answer Councillor Rowe's question with a bit of future gazing, maybe as well. So what are the foundation blocks that are being put in place, and where do you think things are going? And I say that looking really keenly at conversations being had between, for example.
Yeah, I agree. Sorry, it's not just a question on what it is a question of how are we planning to measure it in the future? Because I think you sort of pointed out that there's some anecdotal benefits that you see. Now, I'm assuming that you're going to have conversations with businesses that are interested in being part of a city, for example. It would be interesting if you could tell us a little bit more about those, because this is something I get asked on a regular basis, especially representing the rural villages, where people sort of look at it and go, you know, sorry, we're a city now, and obviously they live in a village. It would be interesting if I could explain to them what being a city means and why it's important and why we thought it was important to go for it, and you know all the benefits that we're going to get from it in the future.
Well, that's a nice easy one. How long do you want me to try to respond to it? I mean, I think we have to have a sort of measured honesty about this, because we start and end with there is a challenge about judging what any one event will do in terms of influence and outcome. So inevitably, although we do track investment as best we can, and Karen Turnbull and others produce a well-regarded economic assessment, which includes evidence of investments, our reputation, our standing, and how we're seen. And I guess I would focus on the latter, Tom. So I would say that in my time, I've seen a shift in how we're seen by our partners. And that's got to be a two-way exchange. I can't claim any more than any one of us here can a personal credit, but collectively, as a council, playing to our strengths of city status, knowing that it draws attention to us, and that if we respond effectively, and I think the paper does demonstrate how we have, to the opportunity to draw attention to the city, whether it's touristic or business-wise, when one can demonstrate that the feel and the impact upon place is real. Now, two more sentences and I'll stop. For me, it's around that axle. So if I was to look at specifics, I would look at the relationships I've seen mature that I think have been helped by city status. So the relationship with the garrison has got richer. The relationship with the university has deepened, and it's not, as some suggest, self-interest. It's about seeing collective interest, their engagement in the fruits of and developing things like the town deal impacts, the levelling up opportunities around, for example, Greenstead. They're doing things that they would not have done before. We're having a whole series of conversations with them and other partners, with health as well. And I can't say that we wouldn't have had those if we'd been a town. But I would say that we've raised our profile and caught their and other partners' attention in a way that's been helped by having city status. It's about place, size, and consequence. And people pay more attention to those who have those qualities than they do with those who don't.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, that's a fair answer. One additional point that I thought you might have brought up that I think Gareth, as Chair, Council Laws, is talking about on a regular basis, is with respect to being part of those city breaks searches on you know Google and you know lastminute.com and those type of things. And I do wonder if we happen to have any figures to say that we have seen an uptick in those in people taking short breaks, short weekend breaks. It would be nice to hear that we have, for example, and the hotels are feeding back to us that we're getting, you know, some good feedback, or at least they're getting inquiries. Thank you.
Yeah, I think if Karen and Claire Taylor were here, they would absolutely be saying yes. The problem we have with, again, empirically proving that, is the data is a massive lag. So tourism data, we all know, there's a big lag, but absolutely they would say there are benefits. And the fact that, as pointed out in the report, we've got 2 major hotel chains interested in coming to Colchester City now. The other point that I think is really worth just pointing out here, and again, maybe Elodie can tell us a bit more about this. I think there's quite interesting tension we sometimes get between the rural communities and the cities. It's less evident with young people. Young people do want to come into the city and have fun. It's where they go clubbing, it's where they want to go out. And those conversations with young people, absolutely, and you can see from that City Awakens video that they made, they really do and are excited about the fact that they now live in a city, whether that's in a rural part of the city or in the city centre.
I would just like to add that I think there's quite a lot of interest from the rural villages with regards to theatre and some of the more some of the comedy, some of the sorts of arts projects that go on as well. So I'd be a little bit careful about just saying it's just the young people that are interested in coming into the city centre. Okay, thank you.
Elodie.
As a young person myself, I consider myself fairly young anyway, who actually grew up in a rural village, I think that the links to get to now the city centre are improving massively. And when we met with the young people from the Culture to Sixth Form, that was really on the agenda, was around transport and feeling safe. That was the thing that came up regularly, was around feeling safe. Some of our young people find that the Mercury is often a safe space for them in their weekly workshops and that kind of thing. And they want to be able to feel safe across the whole of the city centre now. Some of the young people, when we consulted with them, suggested around like safe, discos that didn't feel like, age 16, 17, that, they could feel safe and in a supported but fun manner. We've started doing some young people events throughout that are for free for people to attend, that are more evening social events, as well as young people attending shows and things like that. We also run holiday clubs as part of the HAF activity fund, as well as our young company that are able to attend. And then as part of that, we've recently just had some expansion of our funding to be able to go to work with the youth service in the townhouse, which starts in June, working specifically with the youth service on that, to improve that communication of young people across the district, and working with our community partners like Grinstead Community Centre, the libraries, to make sure that we aren't just town city focused, that we are broadening that whole area.
Councillor McCarthy.
Thanks very much, Chair. I'm extremely pro city status, and I was so pleased to be in the room when it happened, so it's quite amazing. But this is probably a question for Sam Good. Obviously he's not here, he might be listening, but I'd like this forwarded to him. Vacant units, I've been doing battle on social media for so long about our vacant unit percentage and how we are below the regional and national average. And the stats are here. I would like to see a forecast from Sam or BID for 24-25, where we're in percentages potentially, because a lot of it's anecdotal evidence. I would like to see, obviously you can't talk about inward investment inquiries. I get a lot of it's embargoed, but I'd love to see more about that, especially as an elected member. And even our social media as well. Our social media over the last year, 18 months has been incredible in terms of engagements, everything. I mean, it's so much fun to watch. And they're doing battle for us now, which is great. But I think we should do more about informing our residents that in terms of vacant units, we're not actually doing too bad a job, and where we look to be in the next year, 2 years' time. Thanks, Chair.
Councillor McLean.
Thank you. I'm a young person, and I'm 26, and I was 25 and had the opportunity to vote for Colchester to become a city, to regain its city status, because it was always a city about 1600 years ago. I'm still trying to figure out whether city or town, which one uses more ink, and if we can save money that way. I think the difficulty with being a city is we now have the expectations of what people think a city is. People think, public transit, big public transit infrastructure and all that. It's not easy to get that, and we don't have the money, and don't know when we'll get the money for that. It might take 50, 100 years. well, or take it back from London, because it's all been centralised into London and spent by Whitehall in London by people that largely benefits London. So, no, I'm very pleased that we're a city, and I think everything is going really well in the rebranding. I think everyone feels really good about us being a city, all the councillors cross party, and I think you can sort of see how that in small ways sort of shines on various decision making as sort of a pride to city status, which wasn't, we didn't unilaterally say we're going to be a city now, because we probably could have done that. I think legally you can't just rebrand as a city, but no, we waited and we wanted to do it the right way, which is get it from the monarch, get it from the Queen. Bless her soul. Yeah, thanks for being here and giving us an update on it. Councillor Smalls.
Yes, no, just following on from what Sam said about raising people's expectations, and I actually think that's a good thing, because then I think we will see ourselves differently. And I speak as somebody who, if I'm completely honest, I would say I would have been totally neutral about whether we were a city or not before. It just wasn't something that occupied me. I wasn't certainly not against, but not particularly. But now we are a city, I realise it is important to me, because I wouldn't want that taken away. I feel actually, yes, it's a city. And I think it's like, it's like changing your name or something like that, and it will be something that gradually, it won't happen all at once, but gradually we will be more maybe what we think of as a city, like what Sam says about transport and the possibility of different shops coming here. We already know that hotels are interested, so yeah, I think it's a positive thing.
That's my thing. Yeah, I just forgot to say, at least the residents in my ward love it. They love that we're a city. Councillor Rowe.
One quick point. Did we agree on Colchester City Council, or was there like a, well, yeah, exactly, because I mean there was a discussion around whether it was the City of Colchester or Colchester City Council, like the City of York, City of London, for example. I just wonder when we came to that decision to decide Colchester City Council and rebranded it.
I think we're leaving it free will choice. I have to say I've occasionally opted for one or the other, but I don't think it seems to be a material issue now.
We're being quite woolly, aren't we, I guess? The one thing I would say is we're doing a hell of a lot around tourism. We're doing a hell of a lot about, I'd love to be as a beacon in East Anglia across the country and people to go, York, London, Colchester. I'd love that. And I think that is happening. But we also need to remember there's 200,000 people in Colchester, and half of them, let's say, aren't really on board yet. So I would like us to do more to show Colcestrians that this is a great city to live in. The oldest recorded town thing, that's not going to change, but we're a city now, we move forward. And I just think we need to do a little bit more in bringing those people with us. And I don't know how we would do that, but yeah, you know what I'm trying to say. Things that are for the everyday Colcestrian, for want of a better word, to see the benefit of. So things like St Nicholas Square are going to be to the benefit of Colcestrians, but also vacant units, that kind of thing, not just tourism.
Councillor Smalls.
No, I've just remembered something I read recently, and you might, to clarify, weren't we in the Times or something similar for being, I don't know, was it the top 50 or top less than that, most exciting or must go to place in 2024? So I thought, yeah, I just wanted to confirm I hadn't hallucinated.
Councillor Arnold.
Just carrying on from what my colleague here said, it's really great that the young people are really engaged. I am not a young person anymore. I'm really engaged. I love that. I'm young at heart. I do get a little bit of negativity, and it is from older residents. in the city saying they don't think it's a city, they don't feel engaged. Have we got anything that might embrace that to bring forward?
So I think the year of celebration was partly about that. It was actually about just being proud of being a resident in this fabulous place for a start. You know, the fact that we got city status was incredible, but it was a year of just celebrating being part of Colchester. And I think the range of activities that went across the whole city area really went some way to do that. And I know going forward, again, with our cultural and our event scene, we're not going to lose that. And some of that is it's about communities coming together and really celebrating. And I think some of it will take a bit of time. So there's some massive regeneration going on in the city now. And we didn't talk about levelling up, but that is going to start impacting some of our roads. There'll be a bit of negativity when that happens, because it will impact on people's ability to travel around. You go to any big city in the country, there is always regeneration going on. People who live in those cities kind of are used to it, because that's what happens in cities. They just keep moving and changing and growing. We won't be quite so used to that in Colchester. And so I think there will be ups and downs, but throughout it all, hopefully, there's just going to be a general move towards growth, optimism, and certainly that's what we've seen, I think, over the last year. More people moving to the positive. One small, again, very anecdotal, but it feels to me that Colchester appears on the news more. It just seems to be on the telly more. You hear Colchester popping up in different things. You know, and again, winning awards and things, coming up in newspapers. I just think it has given us a more profile, and that will only build over time.
I think we've certainly knocked Corby off the weather map. Councillor Willits, I see your hand.
Yes, Chairman, start off with the anecdotes, of course. The village I live was unfortunately included in the town deal map, but because we're a very rich enclave in the city, we got absolutely nothing out of town deal. Then along came rural prosperity, and the rule was anyone who was included in the map for town deal was excluded from a rural prosperity. So my residents are still waiting for a basket of goodies to descend out of the sky with city status written all over them, and they will say yippee and throw their cushions in the air. But, Chairman, I'm a mathematician by hobby and inclination, and we always like to look at things, measure things, and associate formulas with them, and I just cannot stop myself doing it, even with celebrating our city status. And the paradigm I look at is, if we were to think that before city status, the councillors spent all their time in the North Countryman's Club, drinking ale and not concentrating on running the borough, and the officers all stayed at home digging their gardens on furlough or whatever it was, and that was what we had before city status. Then along comes city status, and we're out of the North Countryman's Club into the council chamber, dynamic things going on. The officers were moving around like little beavers, you know, all sorts of projects going on to make Colchester famous. Life is not like that. Our officers have been there for yonks, doing their best on raising tourism, trying to get people in, creating jobs, ensuring that there's economic prosperity. You know, this is what we've been doing for years and years. And to me, city status hasn't really made all that much difference to to what's doing. Yeah, we're always looking to increase tourism. We're always looking to improve jobs, and we don't need and didn't need city status to actually make us do it any faster. And I haven't seen any significant acceleration. And I think this is why it's so important that we do try and do some evaluation. And it's a difficult task because we had city status, which is a sort of ephemeral sort of thing we can't really grasp, but we've had things that we can grasp, such as town deal, levelling up, rural prosperity. And all too often when we say, what's happening with city status, the answer you get back is not what city status actually did for us, but what rural prosperity, town deal and levelling up are doing for us at the moment. And the two things get rolled into one. And it may well be, Chairman, that it is impossible to separate the two. And I think I could put an argument either way on that. But if we're looking at the narrow thing of celebrating our city status and just what difference did it make, I agree that it is really difficult to do an evaluation because I don't think much has really changed. I think we had a lot of hardworking people who are trying to do their best for the borough and have just continued to do their best for the city. And they don't really take any notice of whether we're a city or not. We're just trying to do the best we can for the Colchester. So I think trying to scrutinise the effect of city status is an interesting theoretical argument, but in terms of a practical scrutiny project where we make measurements and we come back and say it could have been done better by doing this, and if we get double city status we shall do it this way in the future, I just don't think that we can do that, because we're dealing with a holistic whole with people who have always done and will continue to do their best to make the city great. And it's impossible to differentiate between what we were doing before city status and what we were doing after city status.
The leader.
I think we all accept that implicit challenge of what we should measure and measure well will take time to gather and to assess, and it'll still be subject to other influences and events, the context economically and otherwise. But I think I'll just sort of say a couple of things to round it out. Life is much more than just numbers. They really do matter. It's about the emotional and the social benefit and the reputational effects, which you can't weigh by the pound, but which you can see, and which over time will convert themselves into material benefit, which you might have a chance of trying to measure. And there's something else for me. It's not just that we are not, as you described it so vividly, Dennis, with lots of good officers doing their very best, is that the effectiveness of their best has been increased from my perspective, what I can see, and I think the report does give examples of this, and that will have, numerically or otherwise, benefits to the city that we might hope to be able to grasp, if not always to count. And I'm just glancing at one small illustration. I'm looking at around tourism, that we've just had 30 group travel organisers from across the region into the city. So it's not just about what we were trying to do, it's about who do we get to listen to us. And I think there's good evidence. I agree it's anecdotal, but it's collectively has some weight, that we're getting more of a hearing, having more of an impact, and that will have an effect upon numbers at the end of the day. Thanks.
Okay, members of the panel, any more questions?
Just one quick off the back of what you said there, Dave. It'd be interesting to know, of those 30 additional companies that you've seen that have come into the city, Colchester, what are, let's measure it against some other towns that are close by us. Have they seen similar things? Have they all approached those towns, or have they only approached us because of the fact that we're a city? I get that you don't have that data now, but for future reference, in order to decide, if we're going to bother putting this on the agenda and having this as an scrutiny, it would be really good to get some underlying data to say, this is exactly why we became a city. And look, I don't know, Ipswich didn't get this, or whoever, right? And we got this for whatever while, and it's fine. So, this is why we became a city. Without that data, as you say, it's all anecdotal, and it's a very nice, lovely conversation, but I'm at loss as to what we're really scrutinising.
We're just responding to the request, I have to say.
Okay. Well, thank you. I think it is right. It's right that you came here, and I think it is right to accept that there's a degree of the unknown in all of this. And we're going to watch with bated breath. And just because you have city status doesn't mean that you have a beautiful centre with vibrancy and cultural activities. Those are the political decisions often in many cases. And also, as some members will know, I've been spending a lot of time recently in towns in Suffolk, and I see that there is a difference between Bury St Edmunds and Ipswich, for example, and they're both towns. So, you know, it ain't all just about the size, is it? It's about what you do with it. Right. At that point, can we move on if we're happy? Right, thank you. Great. Okay, thank you very much. Safe journey home, everyone who is departing, or you're most welcome to stay and listen to this remaining section. We're going to be moving on to some portfolio scrutiny now, and I think probably Councillor Andrea Luxford-Vaughan is first up, if that's good with you.
It most certainly is, Chairman. Thank you very much. I know there's specific points that you as a committee have asked me to perhaps focus on, but what I was going to do is do a whistle-stop tour through the whole portfolio, just so that if you get a query in the future, you know who to come and nag. And then I'll go into detail on Middlewick and the call for sites at the end. My role involves inputting in reading every consultation that comes out with a planning sort of context, and making suggestions to them. So as an example of that, we've got Essex County Council parking standards, heat network consultation, response to the MPPF changes and planning reform, the nuclear MPS consultation. Don't know what MPS stands for. I actually had nothing to say on that one because I didn't understand it particularly well. But I mean, if you're sort of some sort of weirdo like I am, these are fascinating reports, and obviously our officers spend a lot of time responding to them, and you know, I have an input and say yay or nay on. Sometimes we have little discussions about where we should be putting emphasis. I'm cited on all the emerging work and thinking that the local plan committee does, but one should never confuse the fact that I have any control over what they actually do, and I don't necessarily agree with what they decide, but I do get to see what their agendas are and what they're going to be discussing. I also have to look at any special planning documents that are coming out, so the city centre master plan, the climate emergency SDP, and the biodiversity, active travel, sustainability and climate change. Some of these are monster policies, so I have a very defined way of getting to sleep at night because there's lots to read. Then I have an overview of any NSIP projects. Now, I do not know what that stands for, and I've tried to look it up, but it's always just described as an NSIP project, which is basically a national project, and it has slightly different sort of parameters to a standard planning application. Two examples are the A12 upgrade, and they're now calling it the Great Grid upgrade, which is the pylons, which I'm sure we wouldn't have given it that title. We have an officer now that is dedicated to work on these, and we've had external funding to make sure they can do them, which is great. And actually, James, who's taken that role, has really embraced making sure that affected ward councillors and local communities, parishes, are joining on that. And you know, I'm kind of, if you've got any questions, he's so accessible, and he can also explain some very complicated things in very simple terms, which is helpful for me. Planning applications. This is more a achievement. I just wanted to say on their behalf that we have exceeded our corporate and national KPIs in terms of timelines for decisions, which is no unsignificant feat. But I have been in discussion with them because of the changes to the MPPF. You know, it's going to be far more stringent that we have to make determinations by the set date, and so we're looking at ways that we can help the team do that without increasing their capacity, and that may or may not come forward in the near future. Enforcement is our big gold star, in so much as we are ranked 12th out of 300 local authorities in terms of the number of statutory notices served. And if you are an ANARAC, I get a list every month of every court case that is going in or coming out, and what happens. And actually, it's quite fascinating. But clearly, some of those are contentious. It's not fun if you're the person who's being taken to court. So I'm not going to go into any details, but I think the point to mention is that's a very small team punching way above its weight. And I won't take credit for it, but I do pass on a lot of comments that come direct to me to that team. I also have an overview of 106, but don't bombard me with like, I want this for my ward, because the only time I really get to make a decision is if it's over a spend of over $250,000, and in my time in this post, we have never done that. But receipts this year we have got in are around about 4 million. Our total spend is just under 5 million. Total future contributions secured was nearly 8 million, and we've built 144 affordable homes. DLUC have given us some money of about 100k to pay for staff, which is good in the current climate. Any money will do. So that's paid for the NSIP capacity to be able to deal with those, focus on those and deal with them. And also it's paid for building conservation and an ecology officer. I think we farm them out, but I don't actually know, so I'll shut up there. Local plan, have you got 14 days? Because I can talk about it for that long. I think the only real news is that a date has been set in May to go to hearing, and the inspector has issued his NATA's issues and options. And unless you are properly, heavily into planning policy, I suggest you don't bother to go and read what they are, because they're very complicated. The joint committee, from my perspective as portfolio holder for Colchester, my role, and I bully David whenever I possibly can, is to hold the line on infrastructure for Colchester, because obviously our partners do not have the same necessarily perception of what impact that will have on us, and I'm very keen that what we've been promised in terms of infrastructure first, or infrastructure delivered in a timely manner, is held with a gun to their head to make sure it happens. Building control, really quite boring, but the team has had a really tough year. We're supposed to be 7 strong, and we've been working with just 2, which has meant we've had to go out to agency staff, which has put the costs up, but they are recovering from that situation. This is a real page turner. Building Safety Act and safety at sports ground and securing safety and dangerous buildings. I do have some idea of what that's all about, but I would have to go and do like 10 years of training to give you any more detail. The bottom line is we are complying with all the latest regulations, and everything has been a massive shake-up, but the team is on it. Also, part of my portfolio is the sustainability and environmental side. So there's a lot, this list goes on forever, and they're all really good fun projects. So I'm just going to do headlines. So we've set up a partnership for accessing grants to make energy saving measures for homes. We've been awarded a £170,000 grant for the swimming pool to change over the aircon units, and I wasted loads of their time going into all the details of air handling units and what RPM and all that sort of kind of deal there was. But obviously it's money that we've gone out and bid for, and we've got, so we should be making some savings on the aircon there. We've got through 38k as a grant for heating the Natural History Museum. We've launched the first secure bike park and bike hub in Essex. We've presented, the team, nothing to do with me, has presented at 3 national conferences on the success of e-cargo bike projects, and they are numerous, and I won't go into the details, but they're fun and they're exciting. We've launched our first pay-as-you-go bike service in Essex, and we've done about 22,000 journeys on that. New trade effluent agreement for Leisure World, which will significantly reduce water treatment costs. Water meter detection and replacement of Rowan House. We've done a rollout of carbon literacy training for staff and councillors. We've got, I think today, we've got the go-ahead for some of the work on fixing the link at Albert Roundabout. And we've done about 12,000 miles via electric car clubs. And the last thing on that list is the air quality monitoring, we had, and I won't do the details, but we had various areas that were exceeding what was safe and healthy. And we've actually managed to reduce that, which is really good. And so some of those areas have come out of special measures, as it were. So on to Middlewick. Current local plan policy, is about as robust as I think we could ever get. So policy SC2, if anyone's interested, is the one that sort of looks at developing and protecting areas. Before any future landowner can go ahead and get a planning application put in, there will be a master planning process, and this is important to mention tonight because local communities and councillors can all feed into that, and obviously we're going through the master plan process with the joint committee. There is influence that we can put into that process. And it's quite time consuming as well, so that's quite helpful. And I'm not sure if that one has to go for a hearing again or not, actually. I know ours does, but that one might not do. We've had questions about whether or not it's possible to do a focus review as well as or instead of the local plan review that's going ahead. In simple terms, because the site is so big and so complicated, and any review of it would need to cover every single area that our plan review would have, and then if we were to make any decisions based on that, we would then have to look at all the other sites to see the implications for them. There isn't really any kind of saving in terms of time to do that independent of the local plan review. Equally, obviously, there's only so many officers doing so many hours anyway, so the decision might actually be, because we're not going to get anybody else in, which one do you want to do? So that a detailed look at the timelines for both of those is being prepared, and when it is prepared, it'll be available for anyone to look at to see why we have I think we've done the right thing to not do a focus review, but it will be up for discussion. What else? I mentioned it earlier. We have commissioned an independent ecological study. It was, I think it was Natural England and the Natural History Society that came after Section 2 hearing and said, this report that you've been basing your plans on is rubbish, and we want you to look at this and this, and look at those people to do that review. So we've worked very closely with them, both in setting the brief and then who to go out to tender to and who to appoint. So they've been consulted throughout the process. I don't actually know who's got that commission, but somebody has been appointed and it is happening. But obviously, because it's a full-blown proper review, there is actually a time scale. You can't go, well, there's no hedgehogs here, because you have to check throughout at times all the seasons and stuff. So it's quite comprehensive. I haven't necessarily read in detail what the brief was. I've probably been sent it, but rest assured that work is being done as part of the local plan review process. And then moving on to call for sites. Call for sites, I'm sure for any councillor that's got a new site popping up in their ward is quite scary. There were a few teething problems with how you then went to see what was being planned on those sites. So we had a lot of queries about Middlewick because it had been included about 10 times as far as I can remember, but actually none of those were for new housing developments. They were all part of a green infrastructure submission. So I'll tell you how I've dealt with it from a ward perspective. I've gone in, I've looked where the sites are, I've then referenced what the proposals are for that. And then I've read the document which was signed off by the local plan review, the local plan committee, which is the strategic land assessment, availability assessment methodology, which is quite a long document, but basically there are two stages. There is stage one, which I can't remember what the criteria are, but basically at that stage you could throw out some of those sites, just because they fundamentally are never going to work. And then there's a far more detailed stage, which I suspect the majority of sites will have to go through, and it's like a RAG system. So it will include criteria like, does it conform with national policy? Does it conform with local plans? Has it got road accesses? And basically they go through and they RAG rate that. Now, just because you might get one red rag, it does not mean it's going to be taken out, but it will form an assessment, and then that document again will go into the review at the very end of it. So there's no real reassurance to give people if there is a site in your ward, then if you really want to take it seriously, you need to go through the mythology. But officers are in the process of doing that themselves, and it doesn't necessarily mean that you will have to see planning applications popping up in there. And I think you'd be delighted to know. Oh, the only other thing to mention on that is if you're part of a parish or there is a local community group that are assessing this or having a look at this or concerned about it, then officers are more than willing to come and talk to them. Certainly all the parishes have been informed that they're available for discussion, and it's just for you to pick up the phone and say, can we see you please, and they'll go through that in much more detail to help you understand the process. And I'm done.
Thank you very much. Councillor Luxford Vaughan, just to echo what you've said about our officer James Ryan, who's doing amazing work out there proactively with the parishes and those who will be impacted. All of us will be impacted if these pylons happen. He is doing great work. If I may just kick things off, got a few questions and then I'll go to members. So firstly then, I note that that this administration has now put back in budget Councillor Andrew Ellis's infrastructure audit. I mean, it was there a while ago and it was pulled away, but you put it back in. So I just wondered, I welcome that, by the way. I just wondered if this is going to work in the kind of timelines that we're on with call for sites at the moment. I mean, we have a report from 2016 that suggests that we're on a trajectory for being tens of millions of pounds. In fact, I think it was about £300 million in infrastructure deficit in the future. And of course, great as Section 106 and potentially SIF is at bringing revenue in, it only comes in to mitigate against that development. It doesn't really necessarily relate to the cumulative impact of a development. So I'd like to understand a little bit about the timescales of that and whether or not you're confident that that's going to be enough and we're going to get there, because we all know there's an infrastructure deficit. My second of three questions is that National Highways have virtually killed any prospect of the A120 being upgraded, which is with deep disappointment. What does that mean for housing in the West that may or may not happen in the medium term? And what does that mean for Colchester? And the final question that I have is that, it's a fun one to end on. My 6-year-old son, as we're driving from Neyland into Colchester, and as we are part of that traffic coming down Northern approaches, and we look to the right and we see this rapid bus lane that's being built, and he gets that. He understands that that's going to mean that will be faster for us than being part of the traffic as we are at the moment. He gets that. What he can't get his head around is when you look to the left and you see a cycle lane that ends. And he actually said to me, he volunteered, he says, why does it just stop? He's 6 years old. And I want to know why our cycle lanes just stop. I want to know why, for example, we are running ahead with a project to bring in a cycle lane from Grinstead to the town centre up East Hill, but yet we remain with a disjointed cycleway to the north of the River Cone that Essex Highways even light up at night. It stops. It's off Meander Mews. It literally stops. I don't understand why we're still disjointed, and I would like some reassurance that you are looking at Colchester holistically for everyone's needs, in particular my 6-year-old and his future prospects of cycling. Thank you.
Okay, so the infrastructure audit money definitely did a bit of hokey cokey. David will know I've bent his ear, I've bent Pam's ear, and it is definitely in the budget. I spoke to Karen on the drive over here saying, you know, what is, you know, have we set a brief for it? Have we looked at who it will go to tender to? Because it will be external work to do it properly. And although I don't have answers for you in terms of timescales, it's never coming off my agenda. They do get bored of me reminding them about it. So it will happen. And as soon as I get some sort of update, I'll let you know directly. The A120, it's interesting, isn't it? Because just because I'm sad, I was reading through Section 1 policy today, and Section 1 policy talked about infrastructure that needed to happen as part of the plan. Now, although Section 1 everyone thinks is just the garden communities, it's not, it's a strategic overview. And basically what it says in there is, without the A120, you can't build these houses. And that's Section 1 houses and Section 2 houses. So I really don't know where we're at with that, because, you know, clearly it's a nightmare. It's also creating problems for the garden community because, you know, it's at capacity, it hasn't been expanded. National highways are like, you know, do we want to put more traffic onto that via a link road? So there's, you know, this is big boy stuff that I probably have no influence over whatsoever, but, you know, I do register it as a concern. But all I would really sort of say is, to get answers on that, it's Kevin, you gotta get to, because these, you know, these bids are put in by Essex, and they are much more up to speed with what may or may not ever happen on that. And as for the cycle lanes, I think, again, I had a meeting this week talking about all the sustainable projects we've got and, you know, our involvement with Essex, because I have very little to do with Essex. I think that's a deliberate decision by some members around this table that Andrea should not be allowed to talk to anyone at Essex, because she'll just say what it is. But our officers, you know, do, obviously, and I said, you know, some of them are very controversial because they're not, you know, they're just empty, you know, and we're sitting in traffic and going nowhere. You know, and there's two answers. The one is that, you know, until you know, build it and they will come. But the other one is, yes, there's gaps, and we absolutely identify that if there's gaps, people still won't, it doesn't matter how good it is, they will not get on their bike and use it. So as far as I know, there is a piece of work, and a lot of it is sort of going out to communities, because that local knowledge is vital. But there is a piece of work that says we've got this thing here and this thing here and that thing there, but I live there and I want to go there. Where are the gaps and where do we want to spend it? And I think what I discussed was that piece of work needs to you know, somehow filter into the infrastructure audit, because what you can't do is retrospectively fill those gaps with 106. So actually, you know, there might be a gap between my ward and Sam's ward, and it's not going to come out of his 106 contribution, it's not coming out of mine, but actually, in order for it holistically to work, we need to go, right, here's a central fund, let's put some money into that bit. So yes, I agree with you, there are gaps, which mean until you fill them, nobody's going to start using any of those cycle lanes. That there will be funding once we've identified them is the next challenge, but we are looking at it.
Okay, members, sorry for being a bit greedy there. I see Councillor Smalls and I see Councillor Rowe. Councillor Smalls.
You mentioned a master plan for Middlewick. So I had heard about that before, but I didn't know if that was definitely happening and what sorts of things might be in it. With Middlewick, this is obviously coming up again and again and again at our meetings like I did today. And I really want to know the best way to reassure people. And it seems to me that somebody who wasn't involved with it originally, that in a way the facts haven't changed, but the information about the acid grass and the ecological importance of the site, that information now is much more widely known than it was before. So I know that people are debating about, oh, when was this known, when was that known, but the fact is it is widely known now, and Essex Wildlife Trust have subsequently changed their position. And I'm not, like some of the experts who come here, I don't know all the detail of it. There's people who can explain it much more. Things like, I don't say the site hasn't changed, obviously, but what more of us know seems to have changed. And does that in fact mean there could come a point where it would just I don't know whether it would be taken out of the local plan or could be redesignated as a special site of scientific interest, I think it is, or a nature reserve. Is that a possibility that could happen and that area could be protected?
Okay, so on the master plan, all I know that it's got to happen. I think I know that because there's a budget for it, or it's in the policy. I'm not sure. I'll get back to you. Obviously, that kicking off will depend. Before there's a developer willing to develop the site, that won't happen. But as part of the process, that will happen before a planning application is prepared. We're prepared to accept a planning application. As for taking the site out or reallocating it, as part of the review, that will be looked at. And going backwards, your point about the acid grassland, although the Santec report at the time suggested that, not a problem, everyone, nothing to see here, move along. Those experts, although it wasn't in the same sort of quantity as we are now seeing, those experts did go to that original hearing, and I sat through that Section 2 stuff, and I learned loads of stuff about butterflies and all sorts of stuff. So I think, way back then, there were people making those claims, which is, you don't pour acid on this bit and expect all the birds to go, wait till you're finished, and then we'll come over there. It's a ridiculous concept in many ways. The trouble is you are constricted within, basically things like net biodiversity gain and all those kind of government things that say, if you can come up with a sort of document that says this will work, then you can pass it. I don't think that inspector ever bought into that. So therefore, he actually made the policy that we have for that site far more stringent than it was actually originally submitted, because of the evidence given by other parties that turned up at the hearing. Having said that, and now we have, we've acknowledged that environmentally, we want to make sure that we have got the most independent, the most up-to-date information, and that's why we've gone ahead and commissioned this independent report to be done. At that point, once all the other parts of the local review have been done, officers will submit a new plan. First of all, to get past us, and then it will go to hearing. It will go through exactly the same process as it did last time. And at that point, the inspector will look at all of that evidence and go, if you want to take it out, that's fine, or no, you can't take it out. And so therefore, we politically may want it removed, and we can make that suggestion to officers. But what we've also got to bear in mind, it's not our decision. At the end of the day, it's a decision for an inspector. My role is to make sure I totally and fully understand that policy. If we should get a planning application that arrives before the review is finished, and we don't know what those timescales are, making sure, and our officers are committed to making sure it needs to be policy compliant. And to be policy compliant is actually not going to be at all easy on that site. So the best protection that we have to work with at the moment is the current policy. Then past the review, you're going to have to wait for an inspector to make decisions about whether it can or can't stay. Unfortunately, it's not like we will go, we've made a terrible mistake, can we take it out? That's not us for us to do.
I mean, my understanding is it's not necessarily going to be an advantage to take it out, because then it could be open to speculative development. I might be incorrect on that. That's what I've, in my rapid learning about local plans. But so it's like what I really would be in favour of, or well, I'm in favour of whatever's the best for the land, but that it sort of stays in the plan, but is designated a nature reserve or something quite pretty close to that, if that was the best thing.
Okay, if I can bore you for 1 second with national policy. National policy states that if there is a presumption in favour of development, so you can rock up and you go, I want to build that there. They will go, all right then, unless it's covered by your local development plan, which is our local plan. So what that means is, in some ways, I mean, I'm not going to get into some of the speculation people have gone, you get 2,000 if you do that. That's all rubbish, actually. The bottom line is our protection is the fact that it's in the plan in terms of numbers. If it came out of the plan, unless you quickly ran in there and built a nature reserve or something else that would give it proper protection, the triple SI or a country park or something, then it's still open to speculative development, but you don't get very far with that if you've got a current up-to-date local plan, which is why everybody's always like, going, that's why you need a local plan. So there is protection provided by that local plan, whether you like it or not. But I don't necessarily think it would always happen if it was taken out, if we have a current up-to-date plan.
Councillor Rowe.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you very much, Andrew, for your whistle-stop tour of planning and everything else that you have on your portfolio. I have a couple of questions, and it might be best if I sort of go back and forth on these ones, just to try and keep it to the point. With regards to the cycle paths that you were talking about with Darius, and the fact that they seemingly randomly stop in the middle of nowhere, and there isn't a joined up plan at the moment, is this being solved as part of the infrastructure plan that you put in the budget, the Andrew Ellis's plan that we put in the budget? Is it sort of, or is there a separate cycling infrastructure plan that needs to be put together, or already exists somewhere?
There is a separate piece of work that's being done about joining up the gaps specifically on cycling. My point is that once that's done, I want that married or joined at the hip with the infrastructure plan, because that's the only way we're going to get
I 100%.
money.
I'm 100% on board with that. Completely agree with you. I'm just interested, how was it done in the past then? So when these type of projects came up, how were they? How did we decide where to put these? If we had no plan and we had no idea, because I'm assuming it's not easy to build these things. You have to know, the width of the road. You have to know where it's feasible to put, cycling infrastructure. You have to know how it's going to link up, whether it's going to go across a field or whether it's not going to go across a field, whether it goes down the road, how it goes around a roundabout. I'm assuming that all these things have to be taken into consideration. So when we're doing, and we have got quite a few cycle paths around. How were we doing these originally? And secondly, I don't always see them used. How do we measure what the impacts of those are with regards to the wider congestion issues in Colchester? And I get, again, right, it's not a particularly easy thing to do, but how do we know that the path that we're putting in and the infrastructure that we're putting in place is managing to reduce or mitigate the congestion that we have across Colchester?
Okay, I mean, I know, retrospectively, I have no idea because it wasn't on my radar. I think a lot of these projects are coming direct from Essex. There is certain, and I'm not going to try and speculate where it's coming from, but there are grants, and and they're going, right, well, we've got this grant. What's the most productive cycle path that we can put in, those decisions are not necessarily ours. We are then consulted on it and we have our say. So retrospect, all I'm conscious of is having to fix all the problems. So, again, I'm not going to go into details because I'll get it wrong, but, there is a cycle path that goes through a development and then it stops. And then it starts again the other side. And it was to do with land ownership when the planning application went in. So it started as a bit of 106. The developer was happy to put it in, and then there was problems with land ownership. So there's just this gap. And what we've done is we've agreed that we're going to nick a bit of 106 from over here for a project that isn't going to go and happen and put it in there. But I tell you, the hurdles and the complications of having to jump around that, which is why we've identified that there is an issue, and actually we want to do a study and see where those problems are, and then look at how we're going to fund filling them up.
Yeah, I completely agree, and I'm grateful that you're now looking at this sort of stuff, something that I think really needs to happen. And as you say, there's lots of pots of money around, and if we've got a plan that we can point at and go, okay, this pot of money marries up quite nicely with this bit of infrastructure that we need here, I think it's much easier for us to be able to lobby for those than it would be when we don't really have anything. Second point, I have had some conversations with residents with, everyone is, as I'm sure you're aware, rightly, is concerned about the corporate sites, concerned about development, especially concerned about development where they are individually. With regards to the Section 106 money, I have had concerns around mitigation. So how is the Section 106 money, like the transparency of the Section 106 money, and how it's used to mitigate or offset the issues with regards to development, especially in the village areas, for example, where a small number of houses can really have a large impact on a community. And how is that Section 106 money decided upon as to how it's going to be spent? Can there be, I suppose, some people ask for a little bit more transparency around that, and how that can be, how he can be more involved in some of those decisions, which I understand is not always necessarily easy. And I have spoken to Karen about it as well, and I think she's tried to be as forthcoming as she possibly can, and I know she has a list of projects which she can sort of pull from. But yeah, I suppose it's how can we work better with, especially the parish councils and the communities in general, to show them where that Section 106 money is being spent and give them confidence that it's being spent correctly going forward.
Okay, that's not an easy question to answer, Thomas. I'm assuming you're in a parish as I'm in a parish now. I marvel. Honestly, I'm like, hang on, these people over here that rocked up yesterday and said they wanted to do something ridiculous are now getting the 106 money, but you haven't asked the parish what they want to do. Well, that's because the decision is taken out of our hands. The only suggestion I can make is that, when you're on that planning committee in that parish, you sit there and at the end of it, you've made your comments, and then you go, right, it's this officer, write to him separately and say, or her separately and say, where you're going to spend your 106. The other solution, and it's a long and expensive process, is to write a neighbourhood plan, because then you basically get what you want where you want it. But I don't have, in terms of, I understand why it's an officer's decision, because otherwise you could have a particularly bad councillor that never does any work and doesn't say anything, or someone who's really proactive but only likes the people that live on this side of the street, which means that they all get so it's slightly easier when you're in a parish, but because you have the local knowledge of what you need. But what it doesn't prevent is any other organisation writing off and saying, we'd like one of those, please.
Yeah, no, I completely agree. I just think if you could pass that back maybe to the officers and just ask them for just a little bit more transparency around that, how that happens, and a bit more of process as to how the parishes can get involved in those decisions, because ultimately the parishes are filled with people that are working for no money, surely for the benefit of their local community. I think it makes sense for us to make sure that they are always involved in those decisions. They may not like those decisions, but as long as we can communicate with them and explain to them why the decisions are being made, I'm sure they're reasonable people, and I'm sure they'll be happy to work with us. It's just bringing them into the process and making sure, without making the process too long, etc.
Thank you, Councillor Rowe. Councillor Luxembourg, you made a very good pitch there for neighbourhood plans and the importance of that in the parishes. Thank you for that. Councillor McCarthy.
Mine's just to come in on Councillor Rowe's point with 106. Now, if memory serves me, if you were to call an application in as a city councillor, we could potentially, as a planning committee, put conditions in place for 106. I could be wrong on that, but I'm sure we've done that in the past with various things, and that may involve parish council chairs or whatever attending the meetings, but we can potentially put in conditions for 106 on particular things that you'd want. I can't promise that, but I'm sure we've done that before.
That's very handy, thank you.
Okay, acutely aware that we do have another portfolio holder here to see before 10 p.m. I'm going to look around the room. Councillor Willits, you've been very quiet at this moment.
Yes, thank you, Chairman. The point which stands out in your portfolio is, of course, item 7, monitoring of the council's climate emergency action plan, as we usually have our visitors coming along. So to me, this is one of the more important issues. I would probably describe what we have as the council's climate business as usual, or even the council's climate only do anything if we can save £1, but if it costs us £1, we're not going to do it. I mean, there are some outstanding issues on climate emergency which are being ducked and dived every time they're raised. For instance, moving over to electric refuse freighters is one where, because they are far more expensive than a petrol freighter, the council will not look at them. But the whole point of a climate emergency is that it's an emergency, and if it's an emergency, we have to do things like spending money. If it's climate business as usual, well then perhaps we don't have to spend money. So I just wonder where you stand as the portfolio holder on the need to actually create a climate emergency where we are saying where there are climatic issues being caused by our vehicles or the way we do things, we will do it, even if there is a significant cost associated with it. And at the moment, it seems to be if the cost clause is there, it just doesn't get done. So, what is your view on how much this council should be spending extra to ensure that we are fulfilling what many of us believe is the council's duty in regard to the climate emergency?
Although it comes under my portfolio, I'm not actually sure who signs off that plan, whether it's me or the whatever the other committee is called. And I'm looking at my computer, I'm not being rude. I received it tonight, and I haven't opened it. So if I had opened it, I could say, well, it's nothing to do with me, Dennis. But can I come back to you, because I don't want to say, oh well, I'm going to do this or I'm not doing that, because I'm not actually sure whether that is my responsibility or the responsibility of the chair of that plan.
Well, I mean, we're here to scrutinise you, and you're now telling us that
I don't know my job.
One of the most important items in your portfolio, monitoring the council's climate emergency and whether there is an emergency and how much people are going to spend on emergency, is not really in your portfolio at all.
No, I'm saying I'm not sure what my position is in terms of signing off the plan.
Well, I don't want to know what the position is on signing off the plan. I want to know what your position is on the climate emergency. Do you believe, for instance, that we should be spending more money when there is a climatic issue where we can make progress by spending just a little more or a lot more or a huge amount more to contribute more to saving the planet?
Okay, from a personal perspective, I think it's extremely important. I don't profess to know what the answers are, and certainly it's part of my portfolio that I get particularly passionate about. So, you know, I had a 10 email exchange on these motors for the leisure centre because I care very much, and I want to understand whether what we're doing is actually the right thing to do, or whether we're just spending money because we've got given a grant. My problem is, it's not, as a climate action plan, I adopted one, because don't forget, this has only just recently been married up with my portfolio as of last May, and there's been nothing to look at and nothing to review until tonight. And then you asked me the question, and I actually don't know the answer, because I don't know what they're proposing. So, because Dennis.
Yeah, thank you for the answer.
Yeah.
I just think, whether we're making recommendations or not, there should be greater clarity over who is ultimately in charge of the council's climate emergency plan, and who is saying how much extra we're prepared to pay. You should be perhaps convincing your cabinet colleagues, but there should be clarity over this issue, because every meeting we have our friends coming in talking about these issues. Then when we look at your portfolio holder, you're not sure whether it's in yours or whether it's someone else's. And on these major issues, there just seems to be a bit of a muddle there, which I think we recommend should be clarified.
If you give me 5 minutes, I'll read the email and then I'll let you know.
Right, well, for everyone watching at home, I can confirm that we do have another portfolio holder here to talk, and Councillor Natalie Somers is here to talk about communities. There's a lot of things in your brief. Do you have the list in front of you of your actual, I think it's 9 points, isn't it? Do you have them there? Because maybe you rattled them off if you've got them there to hand. Just while Councillor Luxembourne goes back in time, let's just don't give us too much flap. Just give us the bullet points so that we can get prepared for what's coming.
So, delegation to the portfolio holder for communities and public safety, equality, diversity and safeguarding, initiatives which tackle deprivation and inequalities, partnership with voluntary and community sectors, examine and review development of community engagement with reference to the council's community wardens, promote partnership working with town, parish and community councils within the city, strategic leadership of the council's role within the North East Essex Health and Wellbeing Alliance, promotion of public health matters and infection control, premises and or vehicles used for the preparation, storage, sale, slaughter and or consumption of food, managing the council's responsibilities for infectious diseases and spread of disease by or to animals, port health, public nuisances, control of dogs and pest control. Oversight of the implementation and monitoring of the council's policies and services relating to all licensing activities. Determination of licence applications under the Scrap Metal Dealers Act. Revoke or vary licence applications under the Scrap Metal Dealers Act. Represent the council on the Essex County-wide Traveller Unit Joint Committee. Community safety and crime prevention, including CCT and police liaison support. Represent the council on the Essex and Police Crime Panel. To agree the crime and disorder reduction strategy and ensure that the council is working with partners to meet the key targets identified within the strategy, crematorium and cemetery, and operation of markets within the city.
Thank you for that. And will we be seeing you next week at the crime safety scrutiny session? Great, okay. Has that been enough filler for Councillor Luxembourne to get into the zone? No? Okay. You need more time. Right.
Could I just say, we did actually look at some of the waste strategy stuff at the previous Environment and Sustainability Committee, and we did look at a lot of the costs regarding various types of refuse vehicles, comparing obviously the standard diesel, I think it was the hydrogen ones, is it? And also obviously electric ones. And I think part of the issue with the electric ones is it's to do with, I think there's a problem regarding the actual power needed because of the weight of the vehicles and things. So there is, and that as well. If we do convert the whole fleet, we may have to build our own substation
That is the issue, whether we're prepared to pay to provide the charging points for electric vehicles. And that is it's a very strange issue that we default on the climate emergency because we can't afford a substation. It's baffling.
I am conscious of time and worried that we might have to remain baffled for this evening. Are we very happy for written clarity, if that suits you, Councillor Luxford-Vaughan? Yeah. Let's go offline, and I think the thrust of what Councillor Willits was asking was actually more of an emotional thing. Whether you personally feel that DOS should be spent to control the environment in the way that he pitched it, but we can get your words in writing to Councillor Willits, etc. And let's move on. I think to Councillor Natalie Sommers and your portfolio. So. We always like to hear what you've personally added to this. Have you had to jump at the helm of the ship and wrestle the wheel off an officer and say, no, I don't like that direction, I want to go this direction? So anything personal that you've added value to is always a bonus for us. But you have the floor, and then we'll ask you a set of questions. Over to you.
Thank you, Chair. First, I'd like to say a big thanks to the team of officers I've had this year. I think they've been absolutely stellar in challenging circumstances, and I've obviously got a big list of things that come under my portfolio. I'm not going to read out every single thing, I'm sure you'll be pleased to hear, but I'll just give you some highlights, and obviously the odd low light where it's occurred. So starting off with neighbourhoods, as you know, back in October we had the Knife Angel come to Colchester, and I think that was absolutely fantastic. So I say it's made from over 100,000 seized blades, and it was created to highlight the negative effects of violent behaviour and solidifying our critical need for social change. So it acts as a catalyst for turning the tide on violent and aggressive behaviour, and it was in front of Jumbo for the month of October. We had it staffed from 8 till 5:30 each day by volunteer organisations. And over the course of that month, there were over 90,000 visitors, 6,492 actual conversations with the public, 26 workshops with school children year 7 and upwards and Colchester Institute students, and in total 669 students attended the workshops. There was also sort of a lot of outreach into schools. There was a play called It's About Your Son, which I think is also going to be shown more widely. I think maybe it's coming to First Sight, so I recommend that to anybody. Made me cry. We had workshops run by the police, and Anne Oakes-Odger, whose obviously son Wesley was tragically lost to knife crime previously, and each child's got a certificate, signing them up as a knife crime ambassador. And we had 72 volunteer organisations also assisted. And there are other various activities went on through that month. We held a day of action on North Station Road last month, which was a multi-agency approach to tackling various community issues. And we do these various action days across the city. So we've got a bit of a police update. There was a police uplift programme. Colchester saw an increase in its town city centre team. We've got an additional 1 sergeant and 5 constables, and also an increase in local policing team sergeants. So we got 5 additional sergeants there, and closer partnership working with Essex Police since the new police management team were installed. Obviously, we've got a new community policing inspector, Jenna Merrington French, and she's been making a really big difference. Had a few meetings with her and Colin Cox to make sure that everybody's working well together. And we've had positive feedback from the bid and other partners echoing improvements. And it's not to say everything's rosy. There's always room for more improvement. And but yeah, everything is, we think, going in the right sort of direction generally. Travellers. We've had fewer traveller incursions in summer 2023 than we've endured for several years. As part of the Joint Traveller Committee, you can see that back in sort of 2019, I think we had real high in those years, and yeah, it's come down significantly. I don't have the figures in my head at the moment, but if anybody does want to know those, I can get hold of them. Most sites that are entered without permission were cleared pretty quickly in all cases, and some examples were cleared on the same day the travellers arrived, several next day and several within 2 days. We had some travellers turn up on Sunday up on Axial Way near the Toyota garage, so we reported those on the same day, and the Essex unit were onto those straight away. Around safeguarding, we have a new safeguarding officer we appointed in June 2023, who oversees and has responsibilities for victim referrals, pathways, task and finish groups, community safety and other areas of Colchester City with partnership, working with Colchester Against Modern Slavery and Minerva, safeguarding training, legislation, policy and procedures, and working with domestic abuse project workers to help develop a domestic abuse champion network and provide more opportunities for staff training regarding that. And also the safeguarding officer, mental health first aider, and equality, diversity and inclusion rep, and also will be a domestic abuse champion themselves. Community and partnerships. We have Ride London coming again to Colchester. The race is on Friday the 24th of May, and the majority of the logistics remain the same as last year, with some minor operational changes to locations. And this is all run by London Marathon Events, and the Colchester City project management responsibilities held by James Young from Amphora. We've also got community partnerships assisting colleagues in coordinating the activation zone planned for Castle Park and the Holly Trees lawn, which will see a big screen, health and wellbeing activities and partner community organisation stands to support that. And keeping along the cycling theme, with our Active Essex local delivery pilot, Essex Pedal Power continues to operate in Greenstead. By the end of January, 195 bikes have been given away to people. So this has been shortlisted for a local government LGC, so I presume that's local government something, I haven't actually looked that up, award in the public health category, and the date for the presentation of this board is due to be 22nd of April. So they'll look at the impact the project has had, not only on the local community, but how it's joined the system together for different areas and parts of the project. Environmental protection and animal services. We're looking at the dog collection service and pest control being transitioned into arrangements that allow more income generation and more effective and efficient use of resources. Pest control services on course to overperform on income generation targets, with receipts of 52,000 already have been achieved this year. When it came to looking at the budgets for this, they were looking at doubling the amount it cost for things like bed bug treatments and things like that, but I was rather concerned with that, so I managed to get that reduced because I didn't want to discourage people from reporting it, because obviously if you can't afford to get bed bugs done, they're just going to end up spreading, and we don't want that to continue. So yeah, I kept those costs down as much as I could. We've been managing the ban of XL bully dogs pretty well. We haven't had a lot of the issues seen at other authorities, so we had a lot of proactive planning. I know Lee Newman worked really well with a lot of owners who were concerned that they either had XL bullies or how they would look after them, and if they didn't feel they were able to comply with the new regulations, we managed to rehome a lot of them. So there was all XL bully dogs collected after abandonment were actually rehomed prior to the ban coming into force. And also, as Andrea said, the ACMA air quality management areas have been reduced. So we've reduced the number of diffusion tubes which measure obviously the air quality there. And we've updated the Environmental Protection and Animal Services website to ensure there's clear information and signposting. And there were 1,368 complaints actioned this year as well. 799 were noise related, 266 neighbourhood nuisance, 135 odours, fumes and gases. The highest complaints wards are Greenstead, Myland and Castle. The Financial and Employment Support Team. They do absolutely fantastic work. I mean, they've saved, or they've managed to enable Colchester residents to be able to claim hundreds of thousands of pounds collectively in benefits that they were previously didn't believe they were entitled to, which has obviously helped keep them in their homes, which has helped obviously reduce the burden on our homeless budget, because as you know, obviously from the portfolio holder for housing, that's a real big issue there, how much that's costing us. It's going to be aligning more closely with community partnerships and digital access team, which is managed by Tom Taylor, and all staffing process and structures will remain the same and continue as current. We had a big food and safety audit last year, which highlighted a number of issues. We had a pretty big backlog, as did many councils across the country due to COVID. But we are making great progress on the backlog that originated from that when we couldn't carry out inspections. And obviously we've had a lot of new places opening all the time. So it's a constant sort of catch up on that. But since September 2023, 1st September, we've had 233 food business inspections completed. And we have a proactive alternative enforcement strategy approach undertaken for all the lower risk businesses. We've had intensive training completed by our designated Officer for Animal Welfare Licensing. And on to licensing, we've got the enforcement policies streamlined and implemented. We've got a full review of the taxi policies underway with the intention to streamline that and simplify it and understanding. I know a big thing has been whether we can get CCTV in taxis. Obviously, it was a council motion by Dave Harris. I believe we wrote to the government Minister of Transport for this. They have pushed that back to us and said it's a local matter. So I believe it's coming up to licensing next week, where I think we're looking at saying they should have CCTV, but obviously we can't say must because of the cost implications that it would push back on the council, because we would have to be responsible for a lot of the data management there, which is a big issue, as we talked about at the full council meeting when this came up. Obviously licensing has got a closer partnership working with Essex Police since the new police management team were installed. We had a new manager join the bereavement services back in May 2023 following the retirement of Penny Stein. So that was a big change in the staff, but it's worked out pretty well. They've enhanced the memorial options with the creation of the Queen Elizabeth Memorial Gardens, 3 new water features, and our Letters to Heaven post box in the entrance. I don't know if you saw the Facebook post on that, but that was really, really well received. People are really, really pleased with that. And we had also a really well attended carol service in December, raising money for St Helena Hospice, which I was really pleased to present a cheque for that. Also did a little reading with Charles Dickens. And we've also got the headstone safety tender process has been completed. I approved that, so that ensures that we remain compliant with the 5-year rolling inspection programme, because that was well behind. Now, there was an issue within bereavement services with a problem of ashes being held at the crematorium covering several decades. So a new process has been implemented. Moving forwards, we've got a strict process going forwards from that. So we're working in a backlog of going back about every 6 months. So we've gone back quite a few years now, and the amount's been more than halved. As I say, we're actually we're not finding that we're not getting a big backlash from that, obviously. But yeah, the further back we go, the more difficult it could be to contact people, because obviously they've moved away, they could be deceased themselves. There were some significant income pressures raised because of the way the previous budget was set, because we had obviously quite high numbers at the crematorium cemetery due to COVID, and also Wheeler Crematorium was undergoing refurbishment. So that really put our numbers up, and obviously that's where the budget was set. And obviously this year we've not been hitting those numbers because people passed away prematurely due to COVID, and obviously would have passed away more naturally in a more of a curve. Yeah, it was a spike, whereas so that's been sort of reduced for this year, and also we've increased the fees and charges for core burial and cremation, and we've also seen different options, and we've got a new website that went live today, which includes a payment portal for purchasing memorials and various other things, so that we've enhanced all the basic options you can get at the crematorium, the different services to try and suit all budgets and preferences. We had successful Christmas markets. There was obviously at the launch of the Christmas lights, there was a fantastic parade we had down the high street. Obviously, there was a little bit of an issue in Lion Walk. It got a little bit crowded, and I was in amongst that myself, trying to work my way through. So there are lessons to be learned there. We're working with the bid on that as to what's going to happen next year. And obviously, the fireworks that were planned didn't happen because the wind was wrong. And we didn't want fireworks raining down on our residents, because that's obviously not the thing to do. So we're continuing work under the Inequalities in Public Health and spend plan to support initiatives and projects that promote healthy lifestyles and tackle wider determinants of health in a holistic way. So we've got contribution of funding to St Helena Hospice, who are coordinating the Compassionate Communities programme, which is aimed to address the stigma around dying. And the crematorium has also begun planning an open day for Saturday 11th of May during a Dying Matters Awareness Week. So obviously, so to get people talking about death in a more positive way, normalising it, so there's not so much of a stigma, so that you're not left wondering what your loved one actually wanted to happen before they pass away. And obviously we also had a review of our equality and diversity, which came to policy panel earlier this year. So they've been to review the policy, establish the Equality and Diversity Inclusion Group, train staff, and the next 12 months will be to review the progress against the local government equality framework. And the end of...
Thank you. Okay, a really simple one for you before I go to other members, and whilst we've got both of you here, I just wondered if you have insight to give us around the cemetery capacity, particularly in the context of what might be happening over the other side of the road, and discussions around what that land might be used for in the future.
Right, so the cemetery extension opened in the summer of 2016, and so that was approximately 6 acres, and guidance suggests this is enough space for an additional 600 graves. So in 2023 we carried out 125 coffin burials. 84 of those were into new graves, either in the extension or the original cemetery site. But year on year, we're seeing a trend going further towards cremations than burials. So there's 2 new projects underway to ease demand. We've got the mid to long term impacts are unknown, but the number of additional grave spaces are already identified is good news. We've got an audit on all sections of the old part of the cemetery to highlight previously unused areas that could be used. That's identified approximately 110 graves. So give families extra choice and an option to be buried near other relatives in other areas that were considered previously to be full. And we've got a new option called heritage graves situated in the more historic areas of the cemetery, again looking at utilising available unused spaces. But based on the current stats, we estimate our remaining grave space capacity to be at least 20 years, and continue to extend the stats. Additional barriers, including Middlewick, but it's going to remain under constant review.
Okay, under constant review sounds good. Okay, time is marching on. Councillor Willits, I saw, and then I saw Councillor Rowe.
Chairman, I have a question on item 3 on the list of responsibilities, partnerships with voluntary and community sector, which deliver services to help the council to meet its corporate objectives. Do you give any guidance on good governance to those organisations in the voluntary and community sector, including charities, which are delivering services to help the council meet its corporate objectives?
I'm
not 100% sure on the actual governance reviews we're doing. I think Michelle might be able to help us out a bit more on that one.
Yeah, I mean, I can help a little bit with this. Obviously, we're in a period of flux at the moment that's been being looked at in the voluntary sector world, but there is we don't actually offer that as an organisation. There are infrastructure voluntary sector organisations who offer that to other voluntary and charity organisations. So there are certain community organisations who specialise in advice on governance, fundraising, writing bids, that kind of thing. So we don't actually do that ourselves, but there are organisations out there who do.
Supplementary question then. Is it your intention in the future to give guidance on good governance matters to those involved in partnership for the delivery of services to help the council meet its corporate objectives?
It's certainly something we're looking into.
Was that a yes or a no?
We're looking at all the options at the moment. As I say, there's a lot going on. Obviously, with what's happened recently, it's highlighted a number of areas that yes, perhaps we need to look into in more detail. But whether that's something the council will do, or whether it's something we will engage another organisation to do on our behalf, someone, you know, sort of like getting the charity commission's advice on that. So yes, I can't give you a clear yes or no answer on whether the council will be directly involved, but we are definitely looking at what the options are regarding future work within sort of the voluntary sector.
And while you're considering, is any advice being given on good governance to charities and those which deliver services for us while this work is ongoing?
Yes.
Or don't you think that's necessary?
Yes, no, we are definitely giving advice where it's needed. Obviously, some of the work we're doing at the moment, it's come to light, obviously, that some areas do need further consideration. So yes, so that's definitely something we are doing at the moment.
Are we able to see the guidance that you are giving to charities and other voluntary sector organisations?
Not at the moment, no.
Why is that?
Because it's still ongoing.
Okay. On the same theme, if we look at the statutory guidance for overview and security in combined authorities and councils, there is a section 46, called Following the Council's Pound. And it says scrutiny committees will often have a keen interest in following the council pound, i.e. scrutinising organisations that receive public funding to deliver goods and services. And then he goes on to say authority should recognise the legitimacy of the scrutiny doing this work. And the authority should, when agreeing contracts with these bodies, those are sort of voluntary and staff bodies, authorities should consider whether it would be appropriate to include a requirement for them to supply information or to appear before scrutiny committees. Do you ensure, as part of your portfolio responsibility, that that requirement given in the statutory guidance is included in every contract that we let?
I can't give you an answer on that at the moment, but we have been looking at the possibility as we have the arts organisations come to scrutiny, like previous scrutiny committees where you had the Mercury, First Sight come along to account to how they've spent the funding we've given them. We are hoping that we can do similar with the charities that we fund going forward. But that is something that's again under discussion at the moment, so I can't give you any firm details on how that's going to happen or when that's going to happen. But it is definitely something that's yes, very keenly on our radar at the moment.
Can I jump in?
One final question: is that happening at the moment? Are you giving all such organisations that have contracts a requirement that they must allow us to follow the pound? Is that happening at the moment?
Yeah, I'll refer to Michelle.
So I think there's numerous ways that organisations get money via us. The main funding stream would be the voluntary welfare grants, which we have 4 organisations who receive those. It's a 3-year commitment we give on, and that payments are made annually. A requirement of those welfare grants is regular progress reports back into the community and partnership team, so we can see they are delivering against what the expectation is for that funding. So that is the most formal, structured way we have MOUs or arrangements with welfare voluntary organisations. Lots of the other money that goes out are like one-off ad hoc pieces of work that you know has been completed because they've delivered it. Hope that helps.
Well, partly so, Chairman. The question was in regard to the right of the scrutiny panel to follow the pound, not other organisations or other officers in the council.
So, conscious of time, everyone, I take a bit of comfort from what Councillor Summers has said there, which was a very strong indication that there is a distinct possibility that some of our third sector partners have already been alerted to the fact they may well need to come into this forum. And I say that because this scrutiny forum does have the ability to ask the questions of the use of public money, given, if not directly, but this authority as a conduit of public money. And I think what's been alluded to is comforting. We probably in the next municipal year need to formally look at this and do something around it. And I might say also, you know, we've got to remember that these organisations are probably also in receipt of monies from other local authorities, and there will probably need to be a way of being efficient and mindful of everyone's time, so there's not duplication in the scrutiny of this. But Councillor Willits makes a very good point. I take comfort from the response we've heard. Let's probably park it for the next municipal year. Whether or not we will all be in this room or not, who knows. Right, we do need to motor on because we've still got another agenda item. Councillor Luxford-Vaughan.
I just wanted to let you know that I forwarded the email which has the update of the climate emergency action plan, and also I have the terms of reference for the Environment and Sustainability Panel, which is to promote, monitor and regularly report to Cabinet and full Council on progress and implementation of the Council's Climate Emergency Action Plan. So the reason why I don't know anything about it is because it's not anything to do with me. I do get copied in, and like I say, I've just received it, so I will look at it.
Right, we're approaching time, but Councillor Rowe, very quickly, your question needs to be quick, please.
It will be, don't worry. Can I ask a very quick point? I don't think it was mentioned. How much did the Knife Angel cost? And from your perspective, do you think it was money well spent, or would it have been better spent on enforcement in the town centre, for example?
Off the top of my head, I think all we had to pay was for the installation. I don't know if we had to pay the transport and things, but I'm not sure exactly how much that was. I can find out for you though, and I will, mate. But yeah, I mean, it got such a great public response. I think, you know, that highlighting it to everybody. I mean, you know, reading some of the messages that were up there, hanging on the railings and stuff around there, and yeah, as I say, some of the outreach that went out to schools. As I say, if you do get a chance to go and see that play as well, I really do recommend that.
Members, any questions? I feel like you've got off quite lightly there at the end of the evening.
Advantages to being asked.
Councillor McLean.
Maybe we could thank Natalie Summers for her work as portfolio holder, and this is your first time as a portfolio holder, just after your election, if I remember. So yeah, congratulate you. Well done for your hard work.
I think both cabinet members need to be congratulated this evening.
I want a sticker too.
And you too, Andrea. You too.
Councillor Luxford-Vaughan in particular showed us a real deep knowledge of all planning matters. It's something you clearly do a lot of homework on, but thank you for your patience this evening. I know we juggled the agenda a little bit. We do have one further item though, don't we, Mr. Clark?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, and just as a matter of pedantic principle, we've gone past 10 o'clock, so I just need to take a vote of the committee. Sorry, you need to take a vote of the committee. Would the committee like to continue?
Can we have another 5 minutes to do the last item, please? Thank you. Okay, right. So this is the report. This is the annual report, isn't it? Okay. Does anyone have any questions on the annual report, or as it is standing, are you happy that it progresses? Superb. Well, we'll take that. We'll take that. Okay. Well, congratulations, Mr. Clark. We will be back here on Monday for the scrutiny of the Safer Partnership. So full house if we can. And then that'll be the end of the municipal year. So thank you very much. If it's to be our last, then it's been good fun. And I hope to see you all in the future. Bye-bye. Safe journey home.